Let me see if I can find you on Twitch. We're live. Welcome to TribeVibeNetwork. Woo!
That's my line. Welcome to TribeVibeNetwork. Woo! And we're back today. We are on Twitch and on YouTube. We are doing our thing. We're double dipping a little bit more today. We are growing. We are expanding. And we are not looking back. That's what we're doing. We're not going to stop. Is what's really going on. So before we get moving too far, I'm going to go ahead and say a quick prayer just to get us aligned and grounded before we start our stream. Dear God, thank you for today. Thank you for all the opportunities, trials, and tribulations. Thank you for family. Thank you for those that you put in my life. Thank you for those that were walking this journey with us. Thank you for always shining brightly upon us. I just continue to ask that you're able to diminish me, or I'm able to diminish myself so that you can be more greatly seen. I pray my actions and my words come straight from you or in aligned with with your will. Thank you for giving us the strength and courage to move forward, and thank you for every opportunity and just always being there with us. Thank you for blessing the road in front of us as you bless the one that lay behind, and in your holy name and by your son Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen.
So Gabby, since you're here, what's going on? Yeah, you having a good day?
I'm having a good day.
Yeah?
I'm having a good day. I got home about an hour and a half ago from work.
Oh, good.
Work went well.
Ooh.
We had a snow day yesterday.
Okay.
Today was a real work day.
Okay.
And it went pretty well. But I'm happy to be here now. I'm going to get some schoolwork done. I'm going to work out first, get some schoolwork done. I think I'm going to stream a little bit, maybe on YouTube Live.
On your GG rent?
Maybe. I guess I haven't put... I need to think about... I have to really decide what I want to do. Huh.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
So
that's
let
fair.
me just, think about it.
Yeah, there's been people that come and go from chat that always be asking about if I want if I want somebody to make me a logo. So that might be something that you might want to think about. Do you want like a GG Ren logo?
Yes.
Would that be something you might be interested in?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yes. That's what
yes.
I'm saying.
Hello.
Is the words yes to your face.
Please and thank you.
No. Just kidding.
Where's it at?
You might want to figure out what you can do for a budget, because that's kind of why I had to tell someone, like, I don't have a budget. I don't have any money to put towards that right now. And not like in a bad way, but like any funds and cash flow that we have coming in is going towards like the infrastructure right now before it gets like glammed up.
Yeah.
So that might be something you want to look on. I know we also have a cousin that does a lot of design and things like that. So maybe you just want to keep it that route. But I just want to toss that to you. Because at the end of the day, Tribe Vibe Network's here to connect front of house, back of house, and everyone that wants to help in different ways. So, I just want, if I could throw someone some business, you're the one right now I'm thinking of.
Slay.
Throw them your way. So you had a good day at work?
Yeah. How was your day today?
Good. This is my second stream today, so that's great.
Yeah.
We are doing our thing. The first one was really good. We were building the website. We're probably going to get back into that at some point today. Building Tribe Vibe Network, the website. But right now, we are just kind of getting things started and getting things together. One thing that came up to me last night after stream, I was thinking that I was definitely considering the fact that my I'm getting better at just talking and being a little bit more structured in what I'm saying. But that being said, I need to because the whole idea is that we can cut it up into videos. Mm-hmm. Right, so I've been trying to figure out how can I structure and have a little bit more production behind what we're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That way, because I right now I would consider us in the Welcome to Tribe Vibe section right here. Mm-hmm. Here, let me let them see what it is I'm talking about.
Maybe you can make a slide deck that will kind of help you section each portion of your stream, and then that way you'll have a graphic that will coincide with your YouTube clips, and that way it'll look more intentional.
So I'm a boomer. When you say slide deck,
Like
Like a PowerPoint?
yeah.
But like a new fancier version of PowerPoint?
No, just PowerPoint.
Oh, it's literally just PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Slide deck's just like a new term for PowerPoint.
For slides.
Oh.
A deck of slides.
Oh, so like a deck of cards.
Yeah.
Like a deck of
A deck of slides.
but a deck of slides.
Yeah.
Okay. Definitely could help. See, because it's the balance, right? And you know, you were probably one of the people that know best about how I'm doing this, about just like jumping on and like kind of getting the flow. Doing something like a, what do you call it? Slide deck would imply that like the entire thing's prepared. Which means that like it would need more off-screen time to prepare the on-screen time,
Right.
and the on-screen time is really just preparing all of TribeVibeNetwork. You know what I mean?
Just that not so much that you're rigid and structured, like just enough that there is structure, you have guidance, but you also have room for your own creativity and spontaneity. So your slides would just kind of be what you have here, but that way your streamers have something to look at. That's appealing.
Make it a little bit more pretty. So I could even use like the same slide
and
deck.
it'll make your YouTube videos look nice.
I think that was a backhanded. Wait, is that say my stuff don't look nice, GG?
No.
GG? It's fine though. I hear what you're saying, and I agree. And even like nice or professional. I mean, whatever word you want to use, but there's definitely like some improvement. That's the reason I'm bringing it up, is because there is improvement to be made. So we got to start making it. Because even like with just making sure I talk about the same things, you know what I mean? Like this is like what I want to talk about, like how's life, losing weight. I wanted, this could even get longer. I want to like, you know, the family, like, you know, life, how we're living, what we're working towards, milestones.
Do they know about the milestone coming in March?
They know I'm gonna be a father. I don't know if I've said like when. I don't think I've told them when I will, like when I'm expecting.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if I've told them what gender.
Ooh, we could have a gender reveal stream.
A gender reveal stream. We don't do a part. Everyone else knows. If you know me, you know me. If you know, you know.
Yeah, right. If you know, you know.
But if you want to reveal a big thing on, we could. How would we do it?
A fun, cute thing.
Like break something? How would you do it on stream? You can make it a little animation. Ooh, might not be bad.
Make an animation. Who knows how to make an animation?
Well, there's like these little like, you know, AI. AI know how to make animations.
That's true. Oh, is Katrina coming on this?
No, that just stays here because these are all duplicated.
Okay.
Katrina, we gotta keep prayer up for Katrina.
We gotta pray for Katrina.
Pray,
Katrina.
Not the hurricane, but hurricane plays.
We want your presence on our stream.
We do. We've been wanting you here. We've been wanting you here for a little minute, and when the time's right, she'll be here. You know what I'm saying? When the time's right, she'll come around. But yeah, so life has been good. Losing weight's been a journey right now. We're just gonna get into this recap section.
Okay, let's
if
get
that's
into
okay.
it. Yeah,
we can have conversation on it. Losing weight. The best part of the progress has been like the mental part. You know what I mean? Like that always gears up before the weight loss really comes. You know, you gotta start making the right decisions, and you gotta start like following through on those decisions and things first, and then the weight starts coming. Last night I had a really good one. So, you know, like post stream, and I have been like setting up my eating schedule so that, you know, I eat later and I eat like light, like a smoothie or a salad to start my day, and then I'll eat a little bit like a couple hours before stream, and then I'm really getting to the point where I eat after stream, right? But last night I made a plate of. After stream, I made a plate of green bean casserole, sweet potatoes, stuffing, and ham.
Okay.
Right? And, you know, it was a good-sized plate, right?
Right.
And I was sitting down, put my foot in some ice, and I was eating it a little bit, and I was just picking at it. You know what I mean? I was just, you know, eating a little bit. And the ham, though. You know, I was eating the ham. I'm a ham guy.
Chief loves ham.
Yeah, I'm a big ham guy. I love me some ham. I will go up to the fridge. I will take a slice of ham, put a piece of cheese in there, roll that thing up, and just pop it. I am a ham guy. But so we're sitting there picking at it and whatnot, and like I was watching some ESPN, Scott Van Pelt just like checking stuff out, and I was just like, I was just looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I don't need that in my body.
Mm-hmm.
If I can't work out right now because my foot hurts because of how much pressure I'm putting on my foot, I don't need that to put more pressure on my foot.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually threw it all away.
Wow.
Yeah, I threw a plate away, which
Yep.
I'm sitting here still saying that there's plenty of things that still need to be done, but that was like a big win.
Yeah.
Like when that mental starts flipping a little bit and you start really like following through on those things.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's when like progress is really starting to be made. So
Yeah.
and I came back down here after that, was doing some stuff on Notion, I put my workout shoes on and like putting them over my foot, my right foot that's all messed up. I had to squeeze it in there. I had to squeeze my foot in there, and then my foot was in there. It was like, I'm like, finally it's in there, and I tied it up a little loose, but like it was tight without even tying it. Like my foot was swollen. And then I put my other shoe on. That one went on real easy, and I kind of was like, I don't need to work out right now. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to go box. I don't need to go do all these squats. I don't need to go do lunges. I was thinking about just like moving stuff around here, picking stuff up, putting it away. But like, let me just rest. Let me just rest it. And then I ended up doing some stretching and some abs.
Oh.
While I was watching, again,
That's
turning ESP on down here and like doing some stuff on Notion, get a set in.
That's a good alternative.
Yeah.
To having workouts that are on your feet.
Yeah. I mean, we just got back from the store and like that was like a challenge. Like Jess was letting me lean on her. That's why she was carrying all the groceries in. It's because she like felt bad for me. She's like, I just hate how you're walking, and I'm like, I get it, but like this is the only way I can move right now.
Yeah.
Which like I'm so grateful I have a partner that's like willing to pick up the slack when I'm hurting and stuff. Like love her to death.
Yeah.
She made we live under the, you know how everyone always says it's 50-50. We live under the assumption is it just has to be 100. If you only have 20%, I'll give 80. If I have 40, you put in 60. You know what I mean?
Right.
If I have 75, then 25, just, coast it out. So she definitely has my back, and she was definitely helping me out with that. But I mean, that also kind of goes into like the diet half of that. I've definitely been eating better. I've been drinking those smoothies that have some caffeine as like a meal replacement to start the day. I'm like itching to work out.
Yeah.
I am itching. Let me just kind of put this in here. Better routine. Turn this into like a journal
Yeah. There
to
you
start
go.
every day. You know what I mean? Can look back on what things were. So I had a really great workout the other day, and that one when you guys were coming around here, that was like a really good workout. I had a good sweat. I felt strong. I felt like I like didn't go too hard, but also like gave it something. Like put some real energy into it.
Mm-hmm.
And then like it just set my foot back though. Now I'm like, I mean, what was that? That was Sunday. What's today? Wednesday?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now my foot's just been swollen for like 4 days straight, which is just tough. But like you gotta deal with it and get it back.
Baby steps.
Right.
That's hard though.
How about?
I know it feels so good to work out.
Right. And it sucks like wanting to work out, but like not feeling like you can. Like at least not work out the way you want to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What about you? I know you've been working out. You're punching the bag on stream the other day.
Yeah. It feels good to have working. I'm happy now that I'm taking advantage of the ability to work out from home.
Right.
Because in the past, my psychology was more about going out to the gym to work out.
Yeah.
And then every time I tried to establish a home workout routine, I never fell through with it.
Yeah, you just
because it's just easy to say, like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah. But you gotta put your time in every day. I mean, like I hear you, but like that's like the main thing.
Right.
Just like doing the streams. Like it's just more about doing it every day than it is, doing it for 3 hours one day and not the other.
Right, and like just showing up, even if you only work out for 5 minutes, even if you do one sit up, as long as you just show up every day to establish the habit.
Right, exactly, and like getting to the point where, because like like showing up for those little times, like you might do more than what you thought. right? You know, you might do 2 push-ups or 2 sit-ups,
Mm-hmm.
and then, but more importantly, your body's in rhythm to do it again tomorrow. So it would be easier to start your engine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's good. I'm happy. I feel like this whole family's been on a kick-out routine kick dieting and getting healthy for like the past year.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Don't you think? Like our family. Like I know it's not always been big, but
Yeah.
I think individually we might have all had bigger swings, but this year feels like we all kind of have been putting a little bit more effort in.
Mm-hmm.
Would love to get mom and dad on a walk.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to have a granddaughter for that, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So family's been good. Living's been good. We've been all hanging out and we're not fighting.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and work out.
Oh yeah, you gotta go get one in instead of just talking about it?
So that I can then go do my homework after that.
I know, you have such a busy day. Working full time, a student full time, trying to better yourself, being in your community, going to church, making content.
Mm-hmm.
How does Gigi do it?
How does Gigi do it?
She's a witch.
Gigi?
I swear she's a witch. No? She's a witchy one.
No comment.
No comment. She will neither confirm nor deny that she may be a witch. Is that true?
No comment.
No comment. Well,
What
all right.
we got one watching now.
We got 1 on YouTube, 3 on Twitch, man. We're here. We're
Let's
doing
go.
it. Yeah. Woo, woo, woo. TribeVibeNetwork to the moon.
Well, if you hear someone punching the punching bag, it's just me.
And even if you don't hear it, she might still be punching it.
Yes.
Do you want to stay for the rest of the recap, or are you going to head out now?
Aw.
What?
We have a comment.
What's the comment say? Aw, she's an angel. She is an angel. She's the angel. Oh, look, it pops up
Thanks,
right here.
J. Palm 22.
Yeah, whoever you may be. Just kidding, y'all. That's my boo.
That's
my
boo
boo
boo.
thing. That's my boo thing. Hi, boo boo. How you doing, boo boo? I love you, boo boo.
Boo boo.
But yeah, getting back into this little. You can go or stay.
I'm about to go.
Yeah, don't make me feel like I'm messing up your routine or nothing.
Yep.
With Tribe Vibe Network, something I've been wanting to touch on is like the business part of things. Because the whole point of this is to be transparent on how we're building and why we're building and the layers of everything. And on the business side of things, we have the website going, which is huge. Trying to get a place where the community and the tribe can meet, talk. We'll be doing a little bit of that on stream today. Hopefully we get the where we get the forum mixed in with the website that we already have outlined. But the business side of things, we're building that website. You see the content coming in. Me and the other tribe warriors that are running around here, Gigi included, we have some standards and ethics and procedures that we've been talking about getting. We have to get a meeting so we can go over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Time.
We gotta plan that into our busy schedule.
Yeah. Maybe Sunday evening we could get something like that going.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there. On the lookout, guys, just for those that are in here, Gigi Ren, fun announcement. Gigi Ren is going to be holding down the stream
Yes.
Friday night. I will be out of
Friday
town.
night. Saturday night?
If you want to go Saturday.
Who else is going to do it on Saturday?
I mean, if we want to try to go live every day at 7:30, we can try. Right now it's just Mondays and Fridays.
It's your PTO push.
PTO push is... Oh, you're taking the last day of the PTO push.
Friday's the last day of PTO push.
It was supposed to be the last day of PTO push. I have husbandly duties that I need to do.
Yeah.
I have to, and which is totally great. Like I think I think it's good for everybody.
With gratitude.
With gracious that I have the opportunity to do so. But Gigi Ren is going to hold it down. She'll be leading you through the opening prayer. She might have a little philosophy talk. She'll be talking about her version of philosophy. And hopefully it gives you guys a good understanding that, like, even if philosophies differ or opinions differ or, like, more so perspectives differ, like, if you've seen something from a different angle, doesn't mean we're not all working towards the same goal. Like, we're all trying to achieve the same mission. We just see the solution in a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hear a funny story before you go?
Okay.
So, my wife and I, we were at TJ Maxx, and we're looking for her to get a winter jacket for her.
Mm.
Got her a really nice winter jacket. Got her a $350 jacket.
Wow.
For $60.
Good.
Yeah, and it was like heavy and like you can tell it's warm. I think she's gonna like it a lot. But while we were there, this little, I mean, I don't know if she was Latino or Asian, but she was short.
Okay.
She was really short. She came up, I was ran into her. I was like ran her over. Like, just like, not like running, but like, when you turn and like, I know you don't know nothing about this, but all my big fellas out there, we know about this life. When you turn and there's just somebody there.
She's like on the floor.
I mean, dang near. She's like, and she kind of gave me a look like, Mister, you better watch it. I'm like, I'm so sorry, man. My bad. I didn't see you. I didn't sense you. My spider senses weren't tingling. I apologize for that. And so then she's like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. I can tell she's like a fun love. When someone's like loving life, she's like, seemed like a happy-go-lucky person. So she went back with her daughter, start to do her thing, to shop. And then she came back to me like 3-4 minutes later. And she's like, I need to show you something. And I'm like, okay, yeah, what do you want to show me? And she started pulling up her phone and she looked at me. She's like, I have photos with Tall. I'm like, you have a photo album of you and tall people? And sure as hell she does. She had a whole photo album of her with like a tall police officer, somebody in like a field, and like someone else at like the mall. Like she just had like her short butt. I mean, because she was 4 foot. She was 4'8". She was like 4'8" because her daughter was 4'11".
Okay.
There's the whole thing. But so she's like, can I just take a picture with you? I'm like, absolutely, take a picture. And like Gabby, she came up to like my belly button, like my hip. Like she's like all the way down there. And at first I was kind of leaning over. I'm like, wait. But the point of the picture is to look tall, so I kind of straightened back out. And then she's like, now on your knee. I'm like, all right. So I took a knee, and I was still like 4 inches taller than her. Took like 3 pictures. She gave me a big old hug. Life of tall people. We're just entertainment for the short.
I wish I was there.
I know, me too. She wouldn't have believed
funny.
you were my sister.
No.
She'd have been like that. No.
For those of you who don't know,
now you know. Ho.
I'm vastly shorter than Chief here.
Yeah, how tall are you?
5'6".
I'm a foot taller. I'm 6'7".
So.
Yeah, she's shorty. She's shorty.
She's shorty. Shorty.
Hey, shorty. Hey, shorty. She's shorty. Something.
No.
So yeah.
All right. Well,
that was the funny
that's a
story
goofy-
to start the day.
That's a goofy story.
That is a goofy story, isn't it? Just getting pulled over by short ladies to take pictures.
I have a photo of him up tall.
And it was funny because the daughter, she's like, we keep getting taller. My grandma's 4'6", 4'7". My mom's 4'9". I'm 4'11". I'm like, ooh, your baby finally cracked 5 foot.
Yeah.
I'm like, I was there when I was like 4. I was taller than all of you by 5 years old. So,
Short people love tall people.
dude, it's weird. It's definitely a thing. They definitely don't see us the same way we see them. It's just a fact. I'm assuming
because you literally don't see them, apparently.
Yeah, I mean,
all knocking them over.
I mean, luckily she was underneath my elbow, so she wouldn't have caught a stray. She wouldn't have like caught an elbow to the nose. I would have
Because
gone
she
over.
wasn't tall enough to
Yeah,
reach your
I
elbow?
would have gone over her head.
Dang.
Right? Craziness, huh?
Well, folks, I'm going to go work out.
All right, bye, Gigi.
And then I'm going to go do my homework.
Bye, Gigi. We'll see you next time.
That smells good.
Yeah, no, I need to light it.
Ocean by Bath and Body Works.
Ooh, we got a candle today for $7 at the store.
If you guys were wondering, I know you were wondering what
scent
candle,
of the tribe.
what our scent is here.
What we go for around these parts.
Ocean.
Ocean.
All right.
All right, Gigi.
Bye.
Bye. See ya. All right. So where are we at now? All right. Let's get into the weeds a little bit. Let's go back to this. So we're working on tribe warriors and like content, procedures, and standards. Can't spell. So here we have the baseline. We are working on getting the forum for the community. And the goal for the website is it should be live by the end of this week. What would that be? 12/5? Which really means I have to have it live tomorrow because, again, I am traveling a little bit this weekend. So I won't be able to do too much. So I wanted to show some outreach. We had a little growth in the tribe. Good numbers to report on that front. I think good numbers. It looks good to me. I'm happy about it. So let's pull that up. We have been flooding the zone, as you guys know, from some of the earlier streams. We are up 9 subscribers since the last 28 days. We're up to 86. Woo! Let's go. We have 7,700 views in the last 28 days with 20 hours of watch time. A vast majority of that is coming from the shorts, which is alrighty by me. We see like the rich living paycheck to paycheck. That's when we were talking about how Hasan was breaking down some video about how people who are making $500,000 are still living paycheck to paycheck, and how that is a detriment to society, and about how people are living outside their means and outside their budget, and they're just getting stuck in credit circles. It can happen to anyone at any size budget. I'm sure there's even some people who are pulling like more than $500,000 that are still living that. I mean, it's how the rich get poor, is by getting sucked into that trap, and anyone can fall into it because once you don't have a savings and you get hit with anything that is like tragic, whether it be like health bills or car going down, a loss of job or anything, that's all it takes for all of that to start falling apart. So it's cool to see that that's the video that is doing so well. Then I think this is your merch a mission. That was talking about like what's the mission of making all this merch. Like we make all this merch, but like for what? Just to sell it, just for endless consumption and production. There's no like real benefit from society on that. Some other things that are looking good. So we've been seeing all these zeros for a while, but then after like I wake up and like then all of a sudden there's a bunch of views. I don't know if that's like lag coming from the YouTube side of thing, or if that is more so like I don't know if it's like a batch of like numbers coming in, or if there's like it's just overnight is where a lot of these things are getting viewed. Either way, I'm grateful for all of you that are watching it. 106 on this views on this Hasan Piker React PM stream from the first. That's pretty awesome. This is probably one thing I do need to buckle in on before I head up this weekend, is getting more of my streams cut up and put onto YouTube for those that like don't catch the live streams. This was the last time I did it. 100 views is actually pretty good. A lot of that's probably from like the last 2 days. If we go to like dig into the analytics a little bit. Is this over time? 7 days? Yeah, look. Took almost like a full day for it to even start climbing. And now we're still like going upward. So that's really exciting to see. 129 views. A lot of browser features. So yeah. So that's good to see. We're happy to see the tribe growing. We're happy to see more and more people interested in what we're saying. And so far, the biggest takeaway from all the numbers just feels like there's I'm in the right market. Like we are doing the right thing. We probably have to make things sharper for sure. We have to make things like sharper and a little bit more easier to maintain. But we're definitely like getting there. We're definitely saying the right things and putting up the right message, and people are feeling the vibe, which is all we like. That's the most important thing. There is something pretty tragic in here. Let's see if I can't find that. In the analytics, maybe? The audience analytics, guys, not looking good. I mean, like, this is great. This is great. I mean, any growth is good growth. What is concerning to me, though, is how good I am at hitting my target audience. I came out here wanting to hit young men and help young men see the real like problems and shortcomings of society. so that they knew where their energy was going to need to be spent moving forward. It's not about chasing girls. It's not about chasing cash, or chasing girls. It's really about like solving problems and making society better. I think if you boil in like the biology of it, like I'm not saying this is like this is not an absolute, but one way to view things is like females being focused on like the domestic front of like building a family and like helping raise a family and giving like help the children be safe and learn and educated and clean, and like the male one like protecting and like providing. Because there could be like some biological truth in that. I don't know. We don't have to like dive down into it. But what I think is like terrible in society is men thinking that like having as many like sexual partners and selling their soul to make money so that more sexual partners want to be with them is like a terrible way of looking at things. Instead, like young men need to find the problems in society, and they need to take those problems and find real solutions for the betterment. Like that's what we need to be sacrificing for. Like just like how there was in World War II, it was men getting drafted to go fight the war. Like our war is just different. Like the battlegrounds are changed, and like I don't think anyone's really like directing that. We're not talking about building good character. We're not talking about having discipline. We're not talking about like changing our economic standards and like practices. We're just talking about consuming, get a Bugatti, and like tell girls that I'm so tall and whatever heck, like whatever the social media is trying to convince men life is about. And I just don't think that's like it's not productive to society, and it's not beneficial for like the next generation. And B, like you waste so many foundation years, like so many years like setting up your philosophy, setting up your routine, figuring out how to live life, figuring out what you want in this world. And if you aren't like really considering what the true problems are, like leaving the world better than like we found it, and like what am I gonna do before I die? Like if we just keep like getting caught up in this like adolescent perspective and carrying that into our 20s and 30s, then like of course that's why society is the way it is. So I'm happy that I'm able to reach men, but I would like to see more females being comfortable in the tribe. I got to make sure I'm keeping the door open. Having GG around here might help with that, but make sure I find content in like my conversations. Men are way more interested typically in like economics and history, so maybe that's a piece of it. That's what I've spent a lot of my time on. But we need to find some content and find like a way for like the female viewer to want to come in and be comfortable. So I gotta find my wife and Gigi have pointed out when I speak, I'm saying he, him a lot and talk like I'm speaking like I'm speaking to men, and part of that's because like that's my niche market and that's like how I was gearing up for it. But I do need to balance it. I don't like that this is this way, because it was 100%. I'm not gonna lie, 4% is improvement, which is crazy, which is wild, which is like just wildly insane. So we're gonna keep working on that. We're gonna keep trying to figure that out. 50% of the United States, Canada, Australia, Germany, United Kingdom, wherever the white folk are, huh? That's where we're at. United Kingdom. So that's pretty cool. The most important thing to know, though, is that we're growing, that we're making progress, and we're going in the right direction, which is great to see. So let's go back. Let's see if we can't go back. Okay. Any other good insights in here? Anything else we're seeing? People who I don't think climate change is coming, even within 20 times more powerful. The Earth's just too big. The sun has more to say on climate change. Remember, back in the old days, they would burn witches for controlling the weather. And now, who are the ones saying who is controlling the weather? It's the same game playing over and over again. I don't know what to say to that. I mean, the climate is changing. Here, let's find something to say. So let's see this response real quick. He said, I don't think climate change is coming, even with 20 times more power production. The Earth's just too big. The sun has more to say on climate change. Remember back in the old days, they would burn witches for controlling the weather. Now, who are the ones saying who is controlling the weather? It's the same game playing over again. So, like, I think this comment, you could attack that comment. Like, if we were in, like, a debate situation where we're playing strategy and, putting strategy to conversation to win, which, that's a whole nother conversation. But, you could attack this from a historical standpoint. You could, because, the witch thing was about coming after women who were about medicine and control of the church and hysteria. And I don't know that they were saying witches were controlling the weather. I've never heard that before in my life. You could attack it from the science thing, saying the sun is so big or the earth is too big and the sun has more to say about climate change. You could come at it from that route because I don't think that's scientifically accurate. But for me, it's not even about that. It's about, hey, man, there's a problem in front of us, and if we don't find a solution, some major bad things are going to happen. Let's bring it back to that. So I think this reply might do a little bit for that. The climate is changing. I'm not sure it's because of humans or not, but if we continue to do nothing about how we build cities or protect them from storms, water surges, we will be losing large coastal cities. And I think that's just the matter of fact. I mean, what would you say back to that? Prove to me that Miami's not going underwater? I think even Houston. I don't know about Houston. New Orleans, though. And I'm going to be honest, guys, I don't really like to get into it back and forth with people who comment. I have done it before, before I started making so much content. I would like to have arguments online. But it's just it's useless because half the time you're not even sure if you're talking to a bot or if you're talking to a real human, and let alone are they actually hearing you? Or is it resonating? And if they're not in the geographical room with you, is it your conversation to even have? Those are some questions I have. The reasons I'm doing this now, mostly because, sorry, my Grammarly fixed all my stuff. The reason I'm doing this now is the engagement, having more comments on these posts early on will help the algorithm and help the engagement. So it's a little bit of selfish reasons on that end, but two, it's also it's early on. So let me try to kind of craft how I want to speak to people who don't get it on the first go, and let me try to craft I'm really trying to look again I could have attacked his statement. But really what I'm trying to do is lead them back to hey, man, there's a problem. Let's find the solution. Because that's what's really important. In my opinion, that's what matters the most. So I'm trying to figure out how do you do that in on comments and within the internet in general. So let's see how that goes. I've had some other comments I've responded to that there was no comment back, and to me, I just sometimes I'll just take that as a win. I'll just take that I did what I was supposed to. The comment resonated, and they had nothing left to say because they saw my point. Whether they agreed or not, they understand I'm not trying to have an argument about truth. I'm trying to find a solution to a problem. So that was fun. So yeah, our stats are looking good. We're up. Our views are up. We're making some progress. Thank you for all those that have subscribed so far. And if you ever feel so entitled, go on to TribeVibeNetwork, hit that like, hit that share, hit that subscribe button. Same thing on Twitch. Hit the follow. Hit the subscribe if you feel so inclined. We're doing some good things. We're making some good things happen. Do. So yeah. And some of the how am I doing this? I kind of put that there just to stay up front about like Claude. Even like you guys know, I'm streaming both on YouTube and on Twitch tonight. And the reason for that is because I was sitting there and I'm like, man, there has to be a way to get to leverage both. So me and the AI started talking. The AI was able to send me, Claude was able to send me straight to work. Send me to what I needed to make that happen. I'm assuming this is because it's a free service. And because of that, now we're here and we have both of them going at the same time, which is great. I'm happy I'm able to reach more people. I'm happy that we're able to get more going on. And just be able to, again, leverage the digital world and be in as many places as possible at the same time. Sounds like Gabby's getting it going. If you can hear her punching the bag back there, see if we can get a little shot. Can we get a little shot? Am I gonna be in the way? Ooh. She stopped. We see that bag swinging though. There she is. Get it, Gabby. Get it, Gabby. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Look at her. She's figuring it out. But yeah, we're making things happen. We're having some fun. And we're doing the dang thing. So guys, I kind of want to. There's some Hasan things that I've seen pop up the last couple hours that seem pretty cool. Some things he's talked about already today. I want to get into some of that. I was thinking about playing some of that while what I work on. We've been building this using Discourse to build a forum for us to have more conversation. We're trying to figure that out. I'm trying to get that put together. We're not that far off though. I was trying to build these badges. The part that is I'm confused by is I want this to be a badge for when someone posts 10 times in the chat. But I don't know where to build the how. You know what I mean? How, so I'm not even sure how to get that, and I don't want to get stuck on that. Most importantly, I want to go ahead and move forward and get more things done, try to get it live before we care about badges. I know badges are cool and stuff, but it shouldn't be the reason we slow down and stop making progress. But yeah, let's see here. We're gonna get this checked out. I think we're gonna watch this, react to some Hasan. Uh-oh, someone's sliding in. Because I think this topic seems important. So there's actually a couple videos. Let's go ahead and get this one pulled out. Let me make a new thing so I don't lose my place. And yeah, sure, I listen to him a lot, but it's because he's the source of my news. I listen to him over at MSNBC because I think what he's talking about is way more relevant to today's world. We were watching a clip earlier today where Hillary Clinton was making fun of young people from getting their news from social media, and I haven't seen someone sound so out of touch in a very long time. Of course they are, but that doesn't mean they're not getting it straight from journalists. Just because it's on social media doesn't mean it's not journalism. It doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean that it's online that means it's okay either. Just to be clear, there are some sources online that are just wild. But Hillary Clinton was up there people are getting their news on social media. Aren't we so screwed? And it's like, yo, MSNBC, just because it's not like the powers that your family directly controls. Sorry, we're not getting all of our journalistic beats off of like your family's henchmen. And it's not just the Clintons, but like just because we're not listening to the rich, because like I think the biggest problem with like Fox, MSNBC, and CNN is that they're getting all their notes from the ruling class. Like they're getting all their notes from the rich and the wealthy, and that just makes it so they can't have like true journalism. True journalism is boots on the ground, go out there, find a story, run the story down, get all the deets, and then come to me when you got something to report. And that's not what any of our mainstream news does anymore. They just get their nose straight from the Pentagon or whoever else, the Fed, whoever else, and that's what they run with. And then who do they hire to be the talking heads? They hire old Fed and old people that were in the government. And it's nothing, again, it's just how everything else is set up. It's not with us in mind. It's not with like true journalism in mind. It's not with like the true spirit of America in mind. It's with like oligarchs and like money in mind. They just want to make sure their profits are protected, and to do that, they got to make sure the donor class is all right with them. That's why they capitulate every time like wealthy people want to lean on them. I mean, hell, Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, and Fox News is owned by another billionaire. Alright. Let me get this set up a little bit. Here, let me hide what I'm doing so it doesn't get discombobulating. Hold on. Don't start talking yet, Mr. Biker. Don't start talking yet. I'm not ready. Do I not need some of these? Can I delete some of these? Oh, what the heck. I know you hate when the internet freezes. Okay. Let me turn this off too. There's too much AI running on my machine at once. I don't need this either. Beckett, come again. Look at that booty. Sorry guys, my computer's just running a little slow here. Not really sure, it just keeps freezing up a little bit. Get rid of that. Gabby with the sweat. Getting that workout in. Hello? How's your workout going?
I'm starting to sweat.
Well, that's how you know it's getting good.
It's getting good then.
Yeah, it's getting good.
Now, I'm wondering if we have Twitch on this phone.
So what, you go live?
So I can watch your live.
Oh, so you can watch me while you go. Oh, look at her. Such a supportive teammate.
I have my music on my typical phone.
Oh, on your other phone. So now you're trying to see if you can get it there. That makes sense. I see what you're doing, Gigi. I see what you're doing. Alright, let's see here. Alright. Let's get to work. Let's start digging in here. Let me get this all set up. Nice and proper for you. Duka. Perfect. And then let me see this. We're going to take this out so I can make sure I see y'all's chat. And then, I wish someone would chat with me. Someone say hello. Oh, is there anybody out there? Let's fix this up. Is there anybody out there? Alright, I think we're all ready.
Is that Donald Trump has had his...
Oh, hold on. There's one more thing I want to show you guys before we start diving in. So I am currently working off of this. This is a document that Clout and I had made, my input in his formatting. We have gone through a lot of this already. We have done this setup right here for the hosting. We did option 1, keep it cheap. And then we did this part. We signed up and got everything set up, verified our emails, all that fun stuff. And then internal configuration, TribeVibe community. We did all this as well. Create forum categories. We did that. That was a little bit of a lug because I was trying to figure out how that all ran, really. And then we did some of this. I mean, I feel like we can go back and do way more of this and add one to everything. I didn't do that. I added the 2 that he had set me up here. One for the announcements and one for the introductions. We're just going to leave it there for right now. And we did some of these badges, and I see why he's doing it, but can I do this in a different color? So I know that I really need to come back to this. Because we're just not going to let this stop us right now. I get that like is something that people will want and like something that we should build out, and we will build it out. But I want to get this. I need to get this live, and I'm not going to let struggling with building how badges work be the thing that stops me. So what we're doing next here is we're gonna go ahead and connect the domain of TribeVibeNetwork. Instead of TribeVibeNetwork.discourse.group, use forum.tribevibe.com or community.tribevibe.com. So we're gonna go ahead and follow this step by step right here, and we're gonna go ahead and get that done. And then after that, we're gonna start integrating stuff into the website, which is exciting because I think once I get this live, I think the next thing will be to set it up so that TribeVibe Network can be found on the web and on the website, so people can start to see them and whatnot, and like start joining the website and doing those things. So that's a bit exciting, and we will be getting to that here shortly. Let's go ahead and start this. So how I work is I will be working on some of this on the website and stuff. I will definitely show you what I'm working on. But then as Hasan talks and he brings up something that I want to put my 2 cents on, I'll pause that. I'll stop my work, and we'll have a little conversation. If there's anything that you guys want to add to what he's saying or what's going on or ask any questions, please just feel free to jump in. I would love to have a conversation about all that. But yeah, right now we're just going to do a little build with me as we build out TribeVibe Network. And then later on, we might have a discussion. We might watch some more World War II in color. But that's not. I kind of got sucked into that a little bit, into like what was easy on that, because I really wanted to move through history a little bit quicker. I was supposed to be like talking about like Nixon in the '60s by now, but I kind of got stuck on World War II for a little while, which is kind of upsetting. But we'll cross that bridge later in the stream. I'm thinking maybe we just finish out World War II in color. And we'll just kind of have that little history chat. There's little history lessons throughout, because I do think it's important to find the patterns, especially when we talk about like fascism and like the end of capitalism. There's a lot of things that are going on right now that are like reminiscent of like the 1930s and late 20s. Of course, it's not the same, but there are like some like patterns and like some variables that are very very similar that led to some very bad outcomes in history that we just need to be conscious of. So just like the reason I comment a certain way, just so that we know what the problem is, so that we can actually find solutions that lead us to a better outcome, instead of being like led astray, just like we're just like buffalo falling off a cliff. So yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and dive into this for now. Hopefully we can get to the point where TribeVibe Network's ready to go live. I don't know if we'll take it live today, but hopefully we can just get everything set up so that it's like one step closer.
Roots in the United States of America for far shorter than the average brown person, really, including Somali people here, right? But because he's white, he gets to just chirp like this, I guess. I don't know. It's so gross, man.
The
The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob
Trump
Frey,
calling
is saying
Somalians
that he's
garbage
actually proud to
is
have
what
the
we were
largest
watching.
Somali community in the country, and his police chief.
Well, then he's a fool.
Well, his police chief is also
I
saying
wouldn't be proud to have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. Look, these Somalians have taken billions
Cyberpunk.
of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. It's a fraud. She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it because, just happened.
What?
She
that
shouldn't
true?
be allowed
Chad,
to
is
be a
that true?
congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at that.
It's a wild statement.
And she should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota, okay? Minnesota, you have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's crooked as hell, but he's incompetent. Waltz he should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state, it's a hellhole right now.
Oh, jeez.
And the Somalians should be out of here. They've destroyed our country. And all they do is complain, complain, complain. You have her. She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with, go back to your own country and figure out your Constitution. All she does is complain about this country. Without this country, she would not be in very good shape. She probably wouldn't be alive right now. So Somalia.
Who gives him the right just to like spout off and like go like that like not only are you talking crap about like a different country saying it's just not even a country, it's just a bunch of people walking around killing each other like it's a Call of Duty map, but then like you're going in about Minnesota, and then you're just like dressing down a congresswoman. Like this is what like past generations are like rolling in the grave about. Because like this is like the last thing that any president should do. Sure, we've had bad presidents in the past. Sure, we've had presidents that had crappy policy. Sure, we definitely had presidents that didn't care about like the common man throughout our history. But never have we had a president that just like is so disgraceful, is so disrespectful, and is so, I mean, what, pompous, disrespectful, a bully, disgusting. I mean, what's the right adjective? Insane? Senile? I mean, Joe Biden was pretty senile, so I don't know if he's more senile. But he's number two. If he's not number one, he's number two. This is just the way he's speaking about another human being is so disrespectful. And like, especially in a time where like people don't really respect, like don't really understand like what like the value of a life. And he's just out here spouting off like that is just so disrespectful, so gross. And like the exact opposite of a role model. Like he's taking us in the wrong direction. Like, of course, our morals and cultural like standards are already heading in the wrong direction, but he's just like 2xing it. Like we're just going even quicker down the rabbit hole. We're going even quicker off the ledge. We're just like, screw it. Let's bypass any warning and just become the most disgusting type of human beings we possibly can be.
Is considered by many to be the worst country on earth. I don't know.
Didn't he say the same thing about a couple other countries?
I hope. But
it's crazy.
The Somali.
Bro, this anti-Somalia shit is so vile. They need to really dial this shit back. I think it's. I don't think this is going anywhere good.
Yeah, it's gonna lead
straightforward, Islamophobic, anti-black Nazi shit. I don't know how we even do commentary around it because it's like so straight up. It is so straightforward. Like how can we do any commentary on it? He just keeps saying Somali people are garbage. It's getting extra gross.
And it's scary out here in the Midwest because there's like, I mean, like out there in Cincinnati, we had Proud Boys walking around. And like when you hear stuff like this, although like, you know, worst case scenario is people who are already like radicalized because we live in such a bad economy. We have like such a bad standard of living that we get so radicalized that like now we're just going to target Somalian people. Because like out here in Columbus, we got a decent population. Like Hilliard got a decent population of Somalians, and like I'm gonna be honest, like you see them in the restaurant, or not the restaurant, you see them in the grocery store. I've seen them in restaurants, but grocery stores and the YMCA and where I used to play basketball had a good Somalian population, and like they're good people. You know, they just like anyone else, and that's the thing. That's the real thing. Everyone's just like everyone. Every population got good. Every population got bad. Every population mostly got mid. And we're 2025 and we got a president out here talking like it's 1942. Like it's 1960s. Like what? Pre-civil rights. It's just a crazy standard that like I don't understand why we accept it. I don't understand why we let him even like speak to the news. And I know he's president. Like I get that. But even before that, like people talking like this should not be platformed. Period. I don't get it. I really don't.
Gross and extra scary in the United States of America. I don't like that the president is entertaining this kind of language, this kind of rhetoric, and consistently targeting a population of black,
vulnerable
African, Muslim people.
Vulnerable too. They're vulnerable.
Living on U.S. soil.
1-2 generations in.
There's not really too much analysis.
And they're
you can do
refugees,
in
man.
circumstances
What's
like
going
this.
on in their country is something that we'll never.
You just keep saying
we'll
a bunch
hopefully
of black
never
Muslim
understand.
people are gross,
I'm not even gonna say we won't.
disgusting, barbaric,
There's a chance.
monster, garbage people. How am I supposed to sit here and be like, oh, here's what he actually means or whatever? It's just there's no way to talk about this other than just
he
being
means
like,
what he says, bro.
This is the most vile racist
Just like any other old person.
I've ever heard from a president out and about.
He knows
or at
what he's
least
saying.
in my lifetime, you know.
What is this website?
Yeah, it's also ironic because Minneapolis is one of the nicest places in the United States of America, one of the happiest places.
For sure.
Minneapolis is on the
The
up and
Midwest
up.
is good, man.
So
We straight
how do
out
you
here.
even entertain this shit.
People have done to Minnesota is not even
Diabolical.
It's not even believable. And
What do you mean?
a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama, because that's when people started coming in, and you.
We had no immigration. Did you hear the president? Did you hear his historical rhetoric right there? We had no immigration until 2012. we had no prereq. There was no history of us having people coming into this country until 2012. Ain't that crazy? We're all first generation out here. We're all first generation. Me too. I wasn't here. I'm not. My blood don't come from this land. Dude, he just is an idiot. I mean, like, there's no other words. He's just stupid. He's stupid and he speaks with too much confidence. You talk about, like, you need bullies. Trump needed a bully in middle school. He needed the bully that bullies bullies.
Have to have people come in that are going to love our country, cherish our country. They want to kiss our country.
Minnesota's
tonight.
great.
They talk about our
I
country.
mean, I haven't been there in a
We
really
want
long
them to
time,
pray for
but
our country.
It's a beautiful
And
area.
this is not the people living in Minnesota. And she's a disaster. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be
Where-
allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed
Guys,
to
I
be
forgot where
Congresspeople. Okay? They shouldn't even be
set up,
allowed
registered
to be
my
Congresspeople.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
they
great,
don't
man. That's a
represent-
great take.
Domain.
Yes, people from Somali backgrounds should not be allowed to be Congress people. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? Like, if you are from a different country and you came here and you got citizenship and you ran for office and you won the election,
Period.
and as a part of your job you
Period.
criticize America because it's not doing well, it's not doing right by your constituents, working class people in general, then you should get the out. So what's the argument? Only white people get to say America sucks dick? Is that what it is? Or are you allowed to say America sucks dick at
Man,
all?
I don't think this is
Even
right.
when it does? This is my least favorite subject to cover because it's so
Racist.
straightforwardly bad.
The interests
It's
of our country.
racist.
Anybody
That's
else?
just, like, it shouldn't be allowed in our society.
ICE preparing to ramp up enforcement operations in Minnesota as
Guys,
President
where
Trump
did I-
lashes out at immigrants from Somalia, saying we don't
Might
want
have
them in our
to check out
country,
yesterday's
and
stream and
continues
see
to
where I
attack
was for
on
this.
Omar.
We're going to go the wrong way if we keep
Here we
taking
go.
in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain and do nothing but
They
bitch,
come from hell.
we don't want them in our country.
Sir, you will know
Minnesota is
more
home to
about
the
hell
nation's
at the end of the
largest
day than
Somali
any of us.
population. Multiple law enforcement officials tell ABC News that ICE is preparing for a surge operation in the state. focusing on St. Paul and Minneapolis as early as this week. The city's mayor says police won't help ICE when they arrive.
Targeting Somali
Why should they?
people means that due process will be violated. Mistakes will be made. And let's be clear, it means
So
that
sad,
American
guys. This is so
citizens
sad.
will be detained for no other reason than the fact that they look like they are Somali.
The mayor of St. Paul
That's
saying
sick,
this.
guys.
The
Guys,
words
that's
that
just
launch
sick.
this American
There's no other
experience
words.
start with we the people. And I believe that the sacred moments in American history are the moments we've had to decide who the we is,
Amen.
who gets to be included in the we.
The working class before
Do we
anybody
mean black
else.
people? Do we mean women? Do we mean immigrants?
The president criticizing Somalis for weeks now, terminating temporary protected status for Somalis and writing, "Send them back to where they came from." And this morning, the Trump administration cracking down on immigration nationwide, pausing all immigration applications for people from 19 so-called countries of concern, including Somalia, Afghanistan, Venezuela, and Sudan.
What was that
Immigrants
website,
with pending
guys?
immigration and green card applications are now subject to review. As for those enforcement operations that are going to be taking place, we are learning in Minnesota, DHS putting out a statement saying what makes someone a target.
I'm so confused. He cries about complaining, but all he does is complain. That's literally how he got elected. Yeah, but he's white, and he's an American citizen, as in he's been
He's white.
He's been an
and a
American
male who
citizen
owns
for at
property.
least 2 generations. You know, like his parents were American citizens, so it's different than someone who's. It's not, by the way. The point is that Donald Trump has had his roots in the United States of America for far shorter than the average brown person, really, including Somali people here, right? But because he's white, he gets to just chirp like this, I guess. I don't know. It's so gross, man. It's
not even just because he's white, like, for sure, white privilege and, like, being a white male, and we can bitch, and, like, you know, we think we're, like, the first ones to say something. We think we have it the worst. Which, you know, I think that's, like, a little bit of human nature, for sure. Like, you know, I think everyone sees life through their perspective. But, like, we're up top, so, like, you know, looking down is way, you know, is less. It takes more to look down than it does to look up. So, for sure, like, agreed. But in addition to that, too, he's also, like, rich. Like, he literally had a silver spoon in his mouth. Like, everyone acts like he's, like, a self-made billionaire. But the truth is his dad gave him, like, $100 million loan. It might have been, like, a $5 million loan to start. But when his dad passed, he was, like, the sole inheritor. His older brother was an alcoholic. So then he got, like, the lion's share of Daddy's fortune. And Daddy's fortune was made in freaking real estate, which since Trump's been alive, real estate's spiked. Real estate's like the number one way to make more money, or like the number one asset of appreciation over my lifetime. So Trump's entire he failed at selling steaks. He failed at doing a casino. He failed at so many dang things. Other than cable television and inheriting real estate are the only 2 things that man ever succeeded at. And now he's just up here complaining because, like, he thinks this is the hardest thing. Like, this is what, you know, he doesn't have an understanding of, like, trials and tribulations. And B, Stephen Miller and his freaking dork-ass sons are bitching about this because that's what they see on right-wing Twitter that's, like, being stirred up from the likes of Tucker Carlson and the fascist guy. I don't even care to say his name. I don't even remember what his name is. But, like, them two are stirring this up, so they see a bunch of bitching online. They start complaining to the president, and the president complains to the news. It's like, that is the pipeline. That is the Trump administration pipeline. Right-wing, far radical, right-wing Twitter, and whatever online gets stirred up. The younger people in his administration and his sons see it, and then they tell Mr. Donald or show Mr. Donald it, and then now he's out here just complaining like he's actually saying something. He's acting like Minnesota is like a third world country, like Minnesota's getting torn down. Minnesota's doing perfectly fine. They're doing all right. Outside the Vikings suck, but they out here they're doing all right. Their numbers are up. Their schools are better. Their schooling and education is better than out here in Ohio. I ain't heard no one complain about Minnesota. Think about it, it's Minnesota. How are we acting like they're like destroying the country? They barely get mentioned. until ICE has already done a bunch of Latinos. So like, let's like broaden the scope. That's all this is. At the end of the day, they're just finding things to bitch about so they can broaden the scope. Somalians, and then they're gonna get into Indian. Probably the reason Indians aren't here is because JD's dragging feet on that one. He doesn't want to bitch about the Indians. I don't get how a president can be that outwardly racist and like not get impeached. Because that's what would have happened in years past if it was like this. Come on, y'all. I mean, I don't even think Reagan could have got away with that this time because there's more moral standards and like a higher, like there's more character in society. We don't have strong enough character to fight against this. Crazy.
So gross.
This is not their race or ethnicity, but the fact that they are in the country illegally, saying they do not comment on potential operations, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks very much.
And joining us now for her first interview since the comments from the president is Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. She came to the U.S. from Somalia as a child and became an American citizen about 25 years ago. Congresswoman, thank you for being with us. The president attacked you personally yesterday. And I want to play more.
Crazy. The United States, the president of the United States is attacking a single person.
Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say,
how does he know?
Let's make this place
it's not like he's spending time with them. In like that's the other half of it. How do you know? What's your source? Are you spending time? Are you having conversation? No. Let me answer that for you. No. Have you worked with him? No. We're talking about a man who was when real estate was either being built or renovated and he hired Latino workers, he didn't pay them. This is just a racist dude from freaking New York, period. That's all he is. And now that he's getting older and he doesn't have anything to run for and he knows he really can't, like, he doesn't need the working class for real now because either he's not running again or there's no more elections. This is sad, bro. This is a sad state of affairs. This is one of the worst things.
Congresswoman, how do you respond to that?
Well, thank you, Anna, for having me.
I bet you the dignity and the respect and the way she answers this is going to be a 180 from what Trump is doing. You're going to feel it in the way she speaks. You're going to feel empathy, you're going to feel education, and you're going to feel... You're going to feel her. She's educated. She's going to be empathetic. She's going to be well-spoken. King Trump. Look at that.
I would say the president's obsession with me and the Somali community is really unhealthy. It's creepy. And I hope that he gets the help that he needs. It sounds like he is trying to deflect from the failures that he's had as president. His immigration rates are not going in the way that he's expected. We know that the tariffs are not working to make life affordable for Americans. We know that he is afraid of what is in the Epstein files as he's fought to be the head.
Way to bring it back to what's important. Way to stay mission-driven.
Party. And we know that right now he is being investigated for war crimes that he might have committed when he ordered what seems to be illegal attacks against boats in the Caribbean.
What was the freaking... Where did I get my domain from?
Your district has the largest population of Somali immigrants in the U.S., around 80,000 in the state of Minnesota. This isn't the first time the president has made derogatory comments about your community. Last week, he threatened to end temporary protected status for Somali immigrants in the state. He alleged without evidence Somali gangs are terrorizing the state. In his first term, he called the Somali resettlement in the state a disaster. Why do you think he's so focused on this kind of and dehumanizing language have?
He's always been a bigot, a xenophobic, and Islamophobic. We know that he called African nations a shithole in his first administration. We know that when he came down that escalator, he said he was going to stop Muslim immigration into this country. And so it is not surprising that he is going after black immigrants in this country. And it's certainly not surprising that he's choosing a black immigrant community that is also Muslim. But what I would like to say is that most of us are citizens. On our passport, it says we are nationals of this country. We love that Minnesota has welcomed us. Many of us have not been settled in Minnesota. We chose it as a home because the Minnesota people and the state is beautiful and very welcoming, and we are going to be here regardless of what the president has to say.
I agree. I love the Twin Cities. I love visiting your home state as well, Minnesota. Lots of good people there. Beautiful part of the country.
I mean, exactly. It's a beautiful
are you getting any
Midwestern
support
area.
from Republican colleagues on this? Are you seeing anyone from the president's own party stand up
Somalians
and
ain't hurting
say,
nobody.
This kind
Just
of
like Latinos ain't hurting
isn't
nobody.
Okay.
No, and it is not.
Oh, God, that's so sad. That's so crazy. As long as the right continues to defend things like the president calling entire immigrant groups garbage, they'll keep losing on immigration. Most Americans don't like that kind of talk or the views associated with it, irrespective of their views on immigration. Yeah. Wanye says, one of the weirder things for me about the recent immigration debate is that it revealed that liberals are absolutely dedicated and committed to third world migration to the West. It's not just something that they're okay with, should the majority of their neighbors agree, but something that they imagine is actually really important. They think we are defined by it. This is really weird. You could just not do third world immigration and the whole argument could be over. And then you could focus your efforts on whatever progressive commitments you have within the country.
Give us your weak and give us your tired. That's what we're built on, man. So it makes us better. So it makes us what makes us the best. When we can go out there and refugees have nowhere else to go and there's nowhere else to turn, they're in a corner, there's devastation, starvation all around them. The one place, the one beacon, the one place of hope is supposed to be America. If we can't take in the worst, we shouldn't be taking in the best. If we can't help the people at their lowest, then we shouldn't deserve to have them at their highest. It's nonsense. This is nonsensical. If there's nowhere else to go, you got to go to the biggest global power. We should be accepting people from all over the country or all over the globe, and we should be building better housing, better cities. We should have a strategic plan on what. And it's not like there's plenty of cities here in Ohio that are dying and desperate. There's plenty of warehouses that need employees. There's plenty of data centers that need built. There should be plenty of wind turbines and solar panels that need installed. There's plenty of things that we need to do. And I'm not even talking about for climate change. I'm talking about because AI data centers are eating so much power that it's raising electric prices there's almost doubling electric prices. Let's bring in people who are willing to work and who need a better shot at living and bring them here so that we can build a better nation. You need a strong working class if you want to have a good nation. You need strong education. You need strong communities. You need strong morals and character so that the working class can rise and build a better future for tomorrow. Turn our backs on the weak? One of the golden rules is stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. And if we're not doing it on a national level, how are we going to do it on an individual level? How are you gonna reprimand a child for being racist if the president's spewing it to the national media? That's what we lost. Is like that idea that the president should be held to standards and be a role model for all Americans and everyone across the globe. That America is a beacon of hope, and if you are feeling hopeless, you should be looking towards our light. But now what? You have to make a certain amount of money to come over here? What are we talking? What are we talking about? And I wish we didn't have to talk about it, but the people in power are demanding this be the battlefront right now. That this is what we're talking about. The president of the United States is calling a whole ethnic group of people garbage, and is about to send ICE to their doorsteps to lock them into cages and send them to El Salvador. if this isn't a time for us to stand up, then we should never judge Germans who did nothing to stop the Nazis. Period. We have to learn to do something. We have to figure something out. Track it, document it, be up ISIS butt. I don't know. We have to come. That's why we're building the website, so we have these conversations and figure out what to do. But we have to do something. We can't let this just keep going. It's only going to get worse. They went from Latinos to Somalians. Eventually, it's going to be all Muslims, all Arabics. Huh? How far down the road are we to interracial relationships? To people who have a social who are more social Democrats than they are established Democrats. How far away? And how can you tell me it's not going to happen? You can't. You can't. Because it's already happening. We have ICE. We have SS stormtroopers coming in, throwing untouchables into cages and sending them to countries that they have no business being in. But we still think we're the moral, superior country of the globe. What the fuck?
Dude, it's because you're obsessed with it. That's it. You're obsessed with it, dumbass. No one else thinks about it like this. Or most normal people don't think about it like this. It's you and people like yourself who look to immigration from developing countries and goes, this is so damaging. This is so devastating. Like, think about it this way. I was just in a cab. And the dude's from Afghanistan. He's just a regular ass dude. Ain't nothing different, you know? Do you think that it would be different if that person was from Norway? No, it's just like another guy.
Exactly.
But if your mentality automatically is, oh no, it would be different if that Irish cab driver was actually from Norway, then you have to re-examine why you feel.
Then your
way.
philosophy is broken.
Okay? That's it.
Surprising.
Your philosophy is broken,
the
if that's true.
Republicans have bent the knee to this president. They've welcomed his disgusting and deranged and dangerous rhetoric. They have propelled him into office. They have allowed for him, as a 34-time convicted felon, to become the president of this nation. And so I am not surprised, and I'm not expecting any of them to develop a backbone now and to stand up for their colleague or our Minnesota, Republican representatives to stand up for their constituents. Anna, earlier you said I represent the most Somalis in Minnesota.
Usually it seems like the American right drives a lot of the Anglophone Euro-conservative discourse. But with immigration, it really seems like they take most of their cues from European nativists. American Republicans don't really believe in these sorts of all or nothing takes. Yes, that's the other thing, like Islamo-Bolshevism, or the idea that like we're and we must defend the country from like Islamic migration. That's not a real thing that Americans worry about, because many Americans don't even see that many Muslims in general. They don't even realize that there are Muslims around them.
That's the other thing too. This is just because you have lack of experience. The people who are like upset that like, oh no, it's not gonna be right if it's not white, it's because you only grew up around white people. You only been around white people. You've had no cultural experiences. You haven't stepped out of your comfort zone. You haven't really grown or evolved. You've stayed in a very comfortable bubble for way too long, and you think that if that bubble burst, your entire life would fall apart. And it's not even true. If that bubble was to be would that bubble bursting is equivalent to getting out of jail and seeing the full world for what it really is. You think you know something, but if you are fearful of a different ethnicity or a different ethnicity or race of person, then you just are lacking. You're just ignorant. And not just like, I'm not just trying to play it off to ignorance, but like you just haven't lived life. Like it's kind of a sad truth. Like I don't pity these people, but like it's a sad thing. Like you've really been so sheltered in such a bubble that you are afraid of another type of people. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. If you're afraid of a different type of people, you don't need to address the people. You need to address the fear. The fear is the problem, not the person. Your internal fear and your internal emotions are the problem here, not the other race or the other type of person. Whether it be gay, whether it be a race, whether it be a different way of life, whether it be a Democrat, a Republican, a social, does not matter. You should not be afraid of a different type of human just because they're different than you. The problem is you are afraid and you are fearful. That's a you problem and you need to go fix it. The world doesn't need to adapt because you're afraid. And if this was any other type of a circumstance, you'd be the first type of person trying to say that.
Even if there are Muslims around them too. And most people just don't care. That is a European phenomena, the Islamogauchism.
It's crazy.
Islamo-leftism, Islamo-socialism. That is a European phenomena. And Americans are simply LARPing when they bring this to the forefront as a major point of contention. We risk losing our national identity if we are too open to people from all around the world. Donald Trump supporters say 65% of Donald Trump supporters agree with that sentiment, as opposed to 81% of British right-wingers. It is bad for society if white...
That's crazy. That's crazy. Your traditions don't matter that much. What you're worried about does not matter. What? Because, I mean, what Britain's going to forget? Fish and chips? What are we talking about? And, like... We live, like, the globe and culture, especially with the internet, is so influenced by everything. You're never going to not be influenced by something. Like, you have the internet, you're going to have access to another culture if, like, anyone wants to go seek it out. Cultures coming together and, like, bringing, like, their genetic code and bringing, like, their experiences and bringing, like, their perspective and, like, those things all mingling between people, like, parts of the species that have been separated by geography is like when evolution can really flourish and when like magical things in society can really like take place, like not like immediately but like generationally, like cultures coming together and mingling and like finding a way to actually like put away their differences and making like healthy strides is how, like, I mean, that's like, we're talking like the hippie evolution in the 60s. We'd be talking about like the Silk Road back in ancient times. We'd be talking about the Viking conquering and the Viking expeditions that took place. We'd be talking about what's his name? Musa, man, when he would go in, he would inflate currencies by dropping so much gold. But like what was so impactful by that is like the leaving behind of cultures and the spreading and mingling of cultures, because they have something that you may need, you might have something they may need. And like being able to fill those gaps just allow us to solve problems and move forward. This is ridiculous. Nobody. It's just like when a single person tells you something. Nothing is absolute. Not a single thing is absolute. So when you're like, ooh, my culture is going to be harmed. Well, first off, your culture is not just yours. First off, your culture is not just yours. And second off, your culture isn't in a bubble. It's not in a vacuum. It's not in outer space. It's not on its own planet. You've already been influenced. Your culture's already more than just like the people around you. It's how you interact. It's how things get bounced off back and forth. It's a ridiculous statement.
People decline as a share of the population. 43% of Trump supporters agree with that sentiment, as opposed to 70% of the British right. I am uncomfortable with people speaking a foreign language in public places. 47% of Trump supporters say
you're
they're
afraid of
uncomfortable
hearing
with
a
that.
different language.
66% of the British right. Society is weakened by being made up of many different races, ethnicities, and religion. This is the death blow, by the way. Society is weak because of diversity. Gets 19% support. 19% support from Trump supporters. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is why I also say America is one of the most diverse nations on the planet.
Facts.
And America
It
is one of
that's
the
what makes
most
us so
woke
strong.
places when it comes to immigration in developing nations. Okay? It's not even close. No, this isn't because woke is back, chatters. It's not because woke is back. When it comes to immigration, the American right, woke has never left. Because half of the Trump voters are Mexican. What the are we talking about? America is the most diverse nation on the planet. Okay? It's the most diverse country on the planet.
We're going to get
That's
into
why
it, but we're going to talk
school
about how I
shooters
feel about
aren't just
evolution and
white
stuff. And
boys
this gets into all
any
this.
You got black school shooters. You got female school shooters. You had like an Asian mass shooter. Do you know how rare that is? Do you know what a statistical anomaly that is? There was an Asian church shooter, man. There's only one place where that's not that strange. The United States of America. Okay? That's it. America is a very violent country. And also on top of that, America is a very diverse country. So even our violence becomes diverse. School shooting is bad? Yeah, wow, brave take. Well, but that's due to the guns? I know. My point is, it's obvious.
So, like, from my perspective, you know, I believe in evolution. I believe, like, all of the human species, like, started from, like, a single, like, evolutionary line. And it just goes into what he's saying. But, like, so, like, you know, if you follow, like, humans and they started, like, Ethiopia or some point in Africa, right? And, like, some of them, like, stayed in Africa and, like, have never left. Like, there's some genetic code that's, like, the most ancient and, like, pure genetic code. And it's, like, you know, like, it has, you know what I'm saying. Like, it's just no one, like, there's ancestral lines that never left Africa. Then you had some that migrated and went to Europe. That migrated, and some went to Europe, and some went over to Asia. So then there was two lines, ancestral lines that left the motherland. Some turned to white folk up in the European European geography, and then some turned into Asians in the Asian geography, right? So you have the ancestral line that never left, white people that migrated, and then you have the Asians that migrated, right? And then the Asians just don't even end there. Some stayed in Asia, but some crossed the land bridge and, like, populated North and South America, right? Like Latinos and Hispanic cultures, right? America, and not in always great ways, but America, with it being where, like, the Latinos and Hispanics coming from Asia, right? And then you had white people coming over. And then because of the slave trade, bringing over large amounts of African folk over to America. And then you have, like, the Pacific coast, which is, like, easy, like, you know, an easier point of travel for, like, Asians. America is, like, the only place where every line of genetics, like, can come back and really, like, marinate and can really, like, populate and, like, mingle together. And I think that's, like, that's one of the biggest things that we bust out from the 1960s, because, like, post, like, 1950s, like, in, like, the ability to travel and, like, the ships and stuff, and it's just, what I'm trying to say is America's, like, where the genetic code can actually come and be a melting pot. Like, we have a little bit of everything over here, and it does us way better. It does us so good. Like, I think it's like a genetic thing, a cultural thing, an experience thing, a perspective thing. It helps us solve problems. It helps us find new ways of living. It allows us to enjoy new types of food and find new forms of expressing ourselves. Like, this is by far one of our biggest strengths, if not our biggest strength. And we're going to be racist and act like it's a problem? This isn't a problem. The problem is the white folk being afraid of stuff. The problem is white males thinking that they're entitled to tell other people how to live their lives. It's a problem. And as a white male, I got to use my privilege to call it out. We shouldn't be doing this stuff. And no one should be voting for it. No one should be supporting it. This is disgusting. At the end of the day, this is just disgusting. It's a terrible trait. And it has to be stomped out. Or at least, like, boxed in. We were watching another clip the other day about how some white folks are all moving out to Arkansas to start a white commune. If that was Somalian people would be freaking the fuck out. If that was Latinos, they'd be freaking the fuck out. What are we talking about? Because it's white, it's right? Nah. It's never about any one thing. There's nothing that's absolute.
Still about the guns, but also it's a testament to how diverse this country is, okay? That's the point I'm making.
And that actually is not a fact. Most Somalis live in the different congressional districts that are mostly represented by Republicans, including the Republican whip of the House.
The New York Times is now reporting federal immigration agents may soon be targeting Somali migrants in the Twin Cities area.
It's
what
crazy.
are you hearing? What do you
That's
know
so great.
about these reports?
Police should not be just
of Minnesota Somalis.
Police officers should not be just not helping, like, ICE. They should be, like, actively stopping them. They should be like, honestly, they should be like arresting ICE for breaking like state and federal law. I think if we were in a more moral, just society, that's what we would be seeing. ICE being treated like the terrorists that they are.
These are citizens of this country, and so we know that some people have been questioned. They have been. ICE has made attempts to abduct and detain them, but a lot of Somalis, when Trump first got elected, decided to carry a passport ID because they knew that he wasn't only coming for people who were undocumented, that he would essentially come for immigrants who were citizens of this nation. And so a lot of them are very savvy, they're resilient, they're brilliant people who have figured out how to protect themselves.
I mean, you've already.
And we should be
touched on
helping
this, but
protect
I do
them.
want
Like,
to
period.
ask you a follow-up on the character
What are we talking
and
about?
the contributions of your community, because the president keeps villainizing your community, dismisses contribution of immigrants in this country. What do you want people to know about the Somali community in your home state?
I mean, I would like them to know that we are the most generous people. We are one of the
Amen.
most
That's the other thing, dude.
communities.
She's not lying,
Again,
bro.
It is why we make
Immigrants and people that are on the bottom, like poor folk, and not just poor, but like people that know struggle. Like that's the best way to say it. People who know struggle are more than willing to help you while you are struggling. While people like Trump, who have never struggled a day in their life, don't even understand the concept of proper struggles and trials and tribulations. Those who have like walked a long road are more willing to help you out than people who have just been given everything in their life. Like that's not just about immigrants. That's not about Somali. That's just, you can take that to the bank. People who know struggle are more willing to fight against the struggle. People who don't know the struggle will just watch and tell you, "Oh, you should pull yourself up from your bootstraps. You got it. You can do it. I did it. Even though I don't even know what you're talking about, I did it. Sure, I'm here. Look where I'm at. You're not here. You're over there. So that means I did it. Because we all have the same journey. We all do the same things out here. It's wild, 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 wild times we live in.
make Minnesota home because it fits with our character. Minnesota nice is not just something we say, it's something that is true. And Somalis.
Bro, you know things are bad when you got fucking MSNBC calling up Ilhan Omar to be like, can you give us 9 unrestrained minutes where we humanize you? Okay? Remember, I love Ilhan Omar, but the average mainstream outlet does not necessarily hold a lot of love for Ilhan for her positions on American foreign policy, specifically on Israel. Okay? You have to understand how bad things have gotten that fucking MSNBC, also known as MS Now, is doing 9 minutes with Ilhan Omar where they're just so chummy.
Because the president was so racist towards her. Because the president just dog walked her to the national media so bad that they have to reach out and give her some pity time to stand up for herself. Crazy, man. Crazy. Our older generations are rolling around in the grave right now.
And they're like, hey, speak to us about how Somali people are dope, please. How do you feel about this racist attack? That's how you know shit is really fucked up.
As nice as Minnesota is, we are, like I said, very resilient. We're very hardworking, and we are very patriotic. Minnesota Somalis have the highest level of people who have become citizens as immigrants in this country, and we vote, we contribute, we volunteer, and we run for office.
What's your message to the president right now in this moment?
I would say your message of bigotry is not working. Your intimidations
Hey.
are not going to work on the Somali community who have survived
Amen.
so much. And I would say that his deflection and scapegoating is also not going to work. Where Americans still remember the fact that his economic policies are still hurting them, that he has not kept his
hurting
promise
everybody.
of keeping costs down, bringing down inflation, creating opportunities for job growth. And so that's what I have to say to the president.
Real quick before we go here. What is your reaction to the breaking news this hour that President Trump is pardoning your colleague, Congressman Henry Cuellar, who was indicted on bribery charges?
I think it is unfortunate in the ways in which the president is using his pardon. As you know,
Yeah, he just let out one of the biggest drug peddlers that America's ever caught. While going to war with the country because he's saying they're sending fentanyl up here. Make it make sense. Somebody out there, try to make it make sense for me.
He pardoned the former president of
Ain't that right,
Honduras,
GG?
who was a narco trafficker, who spent many years disappearing, terrorizing his own citizens, and who our own law enforcement and
hey, don't forget to grab
spent
clips if I'm
so
going off.
many
You know what I'm saying?
dollars in
Help me out.
investigating to get him.
I'm out of AI money. I
be,
can't pay the AI to clip my
incarcerated,
stuff
and his
because I went too
45-year
crazy too
sentence
fast.
is now commuted, and it's unfortunate in the way in which the president loves people who break the law.
But Congressman Cuellar hasn't been convicted. He is a member of the Democratic Party. He's not part of the president's party. Are you surprised that the president would grant him a pardon?
I am not, because to this
Because
president,
evil loves evil,
that
baby.
is friendly to him.
You think Cuellar is friendly to him?
Know, we know that he doesn't go through a process, and I think it is unfortunate that we are not going to see the legal system play out in any kind of way for any of these people that he is pardoning.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being with us.
Well, that was that, huh? We have a racist president. I mean, we've known this, but every time it comes to light, it's just like, dang, it's really that bad. It's really that gross. Let's see what Asmongold's talking about, just to keep it a little bit light still. Not still. It's not light at all, but I want to see what this is. Encouraging in real life harassment against Hasan. Just because, like, Asmongold seems to be able to get away with a lot. And let's just see what that's about, and then we'll, while I'm still building this website. So what's going on over here, guys? Hey, first, I forgot where I built my domain. So I had to look that up and figure that out. But now I'm trying to integrate this with my website. But right before I do that, it's saying I need to, in Discourse, which is over here. Oh, I'm sorry. Which is this over here. It's saying in Discourse admin, which is where this is at right now, update your host name. And I'm not sure what a host name, like, it might be the same as a domain name. It might be different, but I'm trying to figure out where or what that is. So I went to Clout and see if he was talking about domain. Let's see what he says. No, sorry for the confusion. You're not changing your domain name. What update your host name means is you're telling Discourse, instead of people accessing the forum at TribeVibeNetwork, blah, 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 I want them to access it at forum.tribevibe.com. The process, step 1, at your domain registry, add a CN name. I did this. This part's already done. In Discourse admin, update the settings that says what URL the forum uses. So that's what we got to do now. And then after I do that, we're going to do some integration over here, which is exciting. Because then it'll all be tied into this, and we'll be one step closer to getting it launched, which is exciting stuff.
Think critically. I responded to the person. I said, nice to meet you. He responded back. They edited the clip. These people are so stupid. 120,000 views in 2 hours, Asmin. And it's the edited clip, too. It's not even me just going like, hey, nice to meet you, man. Not only is it, where's Kaya? In West Hollywood, Los Angeles, California, chatter. I did not fly my wonderful 120-pound dog.
That'd be hilarious if we did that, right?
Ireland.
That's how we be. We don't want to go nowhere without poo-poo. I'm blind. We're not bringing them this weekend. We were just side tangent. We were like, ooh, the Airbnb we're staying at this weekend allows for dogs. Should we bring our dog? And we're like, we're not gonna be there. But we got a pretty full schedule, and he's pretty happy up here. So let's just take a weekend away. Let's take a weekend away. We did that so quick. I thought it was pretty funny. We love our dog. Don't get us wrong. I love my dog to death, but we don't. You gotta force it. Why you gotta force it? He'll be back. We'll see him again.
I saw this.
stream talking about how cool it is.
Sure, he'll be sitting at the front door waiting for us to come home.
Failing to mention that China is an authoritarian state. The Chinese government does not.
Yeah. You can't say that we should learn from Chinese development and also have high-speed rail here. You can't say that.
Not tolerate any public criticism of the party.
Hey, did you know that the vice president of the US told companies to fire people who were criticizing a podcaster? Also, Hasan was more focused on praising China's infrastructure, their amazing high-speed rail network, for instance, which we will probably never see in my lifetime because of our government. The Chinese government, on the other hand, actually cares about its people.
And it's crazy because I talk
Facts.
about like the repressive nature of Chinese governance as well, and how it's just not for me, you know, and how I don't like it personally. But these guys seem to never hear that side because it has to be black and white. If you say there are
Well, yeah, if you start putting a little complex thought in there, people start falling apart.
People immediately go, "Oh, you mean you love everything that China has ever done throughout history?" No, man. I like Zoran Mamdani. That doesn't mean I believe that America is doing a great job with like invading Venezuela. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you have the capacity to
Right, because nothing's absolute, baby.
why the can't you understand nuance in the other? Right? Nobody in here goes, "Hey, I like Zoran Mamdani." Nobody in here goes, "Oh, you must love the move bombing, 1985 move bombing, Henry Kissinger, David Miscavige, Scientology, CIA connections, 100 plus coups in foreign nations. You must love all of that." It's like, no, I just didn't say any of that, man. Just hear my words. Did I say any of that? No. So, yeah, David Miscarriage. You want the imperial court back? Tell the truth? Yeah, that's what I want. Damn, you look schmammered? No, I'm not. I'm just tired. I'm so tired.
Immigration authorities are aiming to arrest up to 5,000 people, which would be hundreds more than what we've seen in Chicago.
Yeah, this is the census continues.
That's so scary,
Hasan
man.
Piker platform promotes political violence and does shameless propaganda for murderous authoritarian regimes. I don't know. I didn't do shit for Israel, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So why is he in such good standing with American politicians and progressive media? I don't know. Maybe because I'm not a loser like you, Jeremiah Johnson. Noah Smith. Hasan Piker is, unfortunately, a big part of the future of the Democratic Party. Islamo-leftism will be our answer to MAGA. Bitch, what do you mean?
What?
Our? No one in America, not even right-wingers in America, say Islamo-leftism.
Yeah, what the fuck does that even mean?
You're LARPing like you're a German-style reactionary. Richard Hanania, who is literally a white supremacist, by the way, who has written extensively on the white race and also extensively on why it's appropriate to be a pedophile, says, disturbing. I did not know that the left-wing politicians have actually appeared on Piker's show. I thought there was a cordon sanitaire around him. Updating accordingly. What are you updating? Your Substack? What are you going to go? Talk to Derek Thompson? Next time you and him are having a conversation, you're going to tell Brianna Wu to excommunicate me from the Democratic Party? Good luck, dumbass. What are you talking about? You literally have extensively written about the superiority of the white. What do you mean? Is honestly, I would go so far as to say it is way more shocking that Richard Hanania is getting any play in liberal circles than someone like myself. It's so strange. Anyway, none of this actually fucking matters, obviously, because these guys have no emotion, but it's just
negative motion,
crazy.
some would say.
What is condom sanitaire? Yeah, like a he's saying like I'm immediately putting a blacklist on someone like this. Yeah, you want to see the line today, by the way, to see me speak at the Phil Debate Society at Trinity College in Dublin? This was the line, chat. That's why I don't really stress my dumbass haters, okay? You
Fuck
think
yeah.
I give a look at this shit? Yeah.
Look at all those tribe members walking around.
Yeah, I know this shit's not gonna make it on LSF and get upvotes. Oh my God, my Reddit upvotes. But you know, that's what the real world looks like, okay? So remember that. Next time, some basement-dwelling, neck-bearded loser who...
Whoa, dude. All of us in basements with a neck beard are not losers, and we're on your side, bro. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
hasn't seen the daylight in months tries to tell you, well,
I went outside today.
You shouldn't listen to him. Everybody actually hates him in my circles. Everybody actually despises him in the internet circles I congregate, where we cyber stalk trans people and try to get them to kill themselves. Yeah, dude, who do you think? Who do you think in the real world is seen as more normal? You and your autistic circle of
Hey, leave me alone,
cyber
Jay.
stalkers, who are, by the way, self-described. They call it A-logging. Or, I don't know, someone who's defending progressive values. Who do you think is going to be
Bro,
seen
it's
as
Clout
a
about
more
something I
normal
could've just-
individual? Okay, it's the same shit with Israel. You can find a place on the internet where, you know, all of the anti-Israel sentiment is actually anti-Semitic and very dangerous and very scary, and no one actually should give this guy any daylight, whatever. But like in the real world, most people are on Israel time. So good luck. Have fun with that. A-logging, autism logging.
Oh, what?
It's what cyber stalkers call what they do. Like autistically logging everything that people do, their targets do. Yeah. You're a freak. You're a bitch. You're a weirdo if you do shit like that. And there's a reason why the only place you can get any sort of support in your mind is botted ass Reddit circles and Nazi ass Twitter, okay? You got too much time on your hands, you got no bitches, you got no job prospects, your life is dog shit. Stop doing this stuff. I promise you, is hurting you more than it hurts me. Okay? Because you might think, oh, this has an impact. Ultimately, it doesn't. It has a far worse impact on your life and on your own personal mental health than it does on mine. Okay? In an effort to try and turn someone like myself into a lolcow, you end up not realizing that you're losing your own sense of humanity, your own sense of purpose in the world. I will never be able to obviously get across to many of these people, unfortunately, but I really do care about you, whether you believe me or not. I do. I want you to do right. I want you to be happy. I want you to have a better future. It doesn't matter if you stalk my
Amen.
ass. It doesn't matter if you despise me, if you think I'm like the biggest villain of all time. I promise you, you will do better if you just
Who's
focus
there
on
watching me?
yourself for a
Shout
little
out
bit.
to y'all on
Just tap
YouTube.
out of the internet, okay? Just for a little bit. That's it. Yeah, you're not getting back at the
I'm sure I'll
popular.
see who it was.
You're not getting back at the popular bully from high school by doing shit like this. You're not. The greatest way that you could possibly do that is
By being
focusing on
successful.
yourself, improving
Yep.
yourself, improving
Amen.
your mental health,
Amen.
improving your job prospects,
Amen.
and then completely forgetting about whoever you think is the high
Exactly.
school bully
'Cause they
version
forgot about
that
you.
you are trying to dominate on the internet. Okay? The greatest revenge is living your best life. That's it. All right, let's
Facts.
continue.
Preach,
Just-
man.
Trump calls Somalis garbage as I.
Because at the end of the day, that's what life's about. It's not about comparing. It's not about proving anything to anybody. It's not about anything like that. It's about having good character and doing the best you can with the opportunities, trials, and tribulation God throws at you. Everyone has a level of suffering. Everyone has a level of difficulty. Everyone has a level of enjoyment. And all we can do is make the most of it. And how you can do that is by preparing yourself for those moments. Focusing on yourself, internalizing, reflecting, taking care of your mind, body, and spirit, so that when life throws something at you, you can make the most of it, you can overcome it. We are all walking our own individual journeys, and we should be grateful and blessed that we get to spend time with some people in between. That's all it is. It's a solo journey. You come in by yourself and you leave by yourself. And at the end of the day, I'm just grateful I get to spend the days in between with people I love, doing stuff I love, trying to make a difference, trying to be better, trying to find a way to make society. That's the whole point. That like the mission of being of leaving society better than you found it, so the next generation will be better than we imagined. So you have a legacy. So when people are enjoying or people are able to make themselves better, or the people have an opportunity, they're like, oh yes, thank you for the past generation. Thank you for Richard. Thank you. If they know who you are, maybe they don't even know who you are, but your essence, your being, the energy that you spent, that whole energy that you put into the world was so beneficial and so impactful that even when you're long gone, you're still making a positive impact on someone's life. That's all you can really ever do, and the only way to do that is by taking care of yourself first, figuring out your own stuff, giving yourself grace, giving yourself forgiveness, holding yourself accountable, being a little disciplined, and then just making the most of what God throws at you. You shouldn't be worried about what other people are thinking. You shouldn't be worried about what other people are doing unless it's hurting somebody. And you just need to be focused on what's in front of you. The moment is what matters. Not what's in your head, not no scenarios. It's the moment that matters. And are you right for the moment? You had the opportunity to be right for the moment. God gave you everything you needed to be right in the moment. And when you're not right in the moment and you fail a little bit, that's fine. Just reflect on the reasons why, because there's a lesson here. There's a lesson why you weren't quite ready. Take from that lesson and be better for the next time. That's all we can do out here. That's all everyone should be striving for. Not to impress no one, not to make somebody jealous, not to get back at somebody, not to be petty. None of that matters. That's all emotions and feelings. That's not leaving an impact. That's wasting your time and energy and effort, which is just going to burn you out, and it hurts you way more than it's going to hurt anybody else.
He plans new targeted operation.
Across a zone extending 80-plus miles northwest to the state capital. CNN's Ryan Young is in New Orleans this morning as this is about to unfold. Ryan, what are you learning and what are you hearing there?
Good morning, Katie. As you can imagine, people are terrified. They are scared about what this will mean for their life. Look, we're in one of the...
Rainbow 09, thank you for the 20 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you for supporting the Piker Broadcasting Service. Like, oh my God, this might be clip of the year.
Clip of the year. I think this could be it.
No, I think this is the clip of the year, chat. Is so based. God damn it, dude. You're such a loser. Oh my God. Oh my God. This might be clip of the year, chat. Yeah. Yeah. Spaced. Yeah. Take a shower. Take a shower. Go outside. See the daylight for once in your goddamn life. Oh my Lord. Pick up a weight. Lift some weights.
Clean your room.
Stop drinking Dr. Pepper. And I say this as someone who loves drinking Dr. Pepper. Go outside. Enjoy life. Why do these people do this? Yeah, he says that while this happened to Emaru. That's the other side of it. Yeah. He'll do 8 hours talking about how it's up that this, weird stalker-ass people show up and harass Emaru. But then he masturbates with his stupid-ass, incel-ass audience when it happens to someone he doesn't like. It's called hypocrisy. Okay? I know a lot of people love talking about hypocrisy. That's hypocrisy. This is precisely what I was talking about when I said these guys literally egg on their fan bases so that they can get one socially maladjusted loser from their fan bases to finally take the step and go outside in person. And then they egg that shit on. Back in the day, swatting, for example, or this kind of behavior was frowned upon in the entire community. People would never actually highlight it or promote it. That time is gone now, okay? Is no holds fucking barred. It's so crazy. Yeah. Yeah, based. Next time you should have a gun. Yeah. Also, that unwashed pussy has been running away from having a conversation with me for the past 2 years almost at this point. So think about that. Think about how cowardly you have to be that you have to sit around in your little hug box and talk about how shit I am and how dangerous I am and how the government should have.
But you won't stand up against it, so you're just a coward. If you truly felt that, if you really feel that way about someone like Hasan, and you're in a position to have a conversation about it, then A, you're letting fear win, and you're not doing your right. A, you're a coward. B, I'm sorry, you're a coward. Or B, you're just making shit up because he has some clout and you're chasing. And what do we hate over here? We hate clout chasers.
Finally, someone comes up to me in public, even though you're scared shitless to go outside on your own and celebrate that sort of thing, but you can't even deal with me in person. It's just stanky ass cowards. All of them. Losers, man. Hasan compares his sniper being to sexually assaulted. That's not what you mean. I can already tell this line of attack. Yeah, I know. But it's still hypocritical. This is what I mean when I say there are content creators who egg this shit on, right? There are content creators who egg this shit on. That was not like a horrible situation at all. Partially because I'm a big boy, I can handle myself, and I think I handled it fairly well. So much so that they had to literally mute a part of the reaction where I was like, "Hey, man, have a good day," and we just moved on, right? But what do you think is going to happen next time when
Right.
you are?
It's just gonna get more and more radical because we live in a radical world.
What if next time the guy actually doesn't just have like a Kaya photo, but instead actually has a gun, has a knife, does something more up? What if some people have already done something like this? What if some people have already stalked someone like myself and maybe I haven't talked about it publicly? What if people have already stalked my physical location and tried to assault me and people around me? Do you feel like it's a good thing that you keep celebrating this? I guess you'll make more content if the next time someone does like it.
And that's why you can't be about the clout, man. That's why we put character over clout in the stuff we talk about, man. Because like, whether you agree with them or not, bro, like violence is not supposed to be the answer. You know what I mean? I think the only time violence should be the answer is when the masses go unheard. It's the only time revolution makes sense to me. And like one-on-one, just because you disagree with someone doesn't mean that we gotta lay hands or like take away a life. I mean, he's somebody's son. You know what I mean? He has a dog to take care of. He has mouths to feed. And you're not just gonna hurt him. You're gonna hurt everyone around him, and you're gonna hurt the people that look up to him. Like you're doing like that. What good does that do? Who does that help? You know, and like being okay with that behavior in the culture, just like with other things, like that can come back on you anytime. If we're okay with the rules being stalking, location, surprise attacks, then like anyone can get it at any time, and that's just not right. No one should be for that.
Something such as that, and they actually have a gun or a knife or something like that, and I experience bodily harm, you'll turn around and go, "Oh, how could this have happened?" You don't know. You don't know. Just because I don't talk about every single thing that I do off camera doesn't mean that you should let go of your principles.
Facts.
And entertain this kind of... Anyway, really stupid. It is truly a stupid thing for someone like Asmongold to entertain this kind of stuff. It is. It's a very, very stupid thing for him to do. Because not only could...
If only he went outside.
...consequential happen to me...
Kidding. Never. Don't do it.
after
Don't
he
hurt
has
anybody. I'm
egged
just
it
saying,
on
like,
and cheered it on
if you create that
without
type of
saying,
system
"Hey,
and
I
then
think
you
it's
hop
really tough. If
outside,
you're
like,
a hater of a
what's
content creator,
happening?
you probably shouldn't approach them in public like that." Instead of saying that, which would be the normal thing to do, you celebrate it. What happens when someone comes up to me and actually has an interest in engaging me with, engaging me in a more physical way? What if that's already happened? What if that's already happened? Just because I haven't talked about it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. What if that's already happened? What if it happens to you? Content creators know that other content creators' addresses are fairly easy to find online, whether it be my address or whether it be Asmongold's address. Content creators also know that other content creators are constantly having to deal with this kind of stuff behind.
Just so you guys know my frustration, I've been working on this right here. Update your host name. Ask Claude. Try to figure it out. Turns out you have to have a paid subscription to do that. So shit. I spun my tail, chasing my tail for a little minute there, which kind of stinks. But since we're going to move on, just skip it now. We're going to go ahead and go into this integration with your website. And we're going to start getting the actual website, getting this added to the site, which is exciting. So, I mean, there's something to look forward to. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of sucks. I just kind of probably wasted like 30 minutes there, if not longer.
And closed doors. There's a reason why content creators don't talk about this kind of stuff in order not to egg it on. What happens when this happens to you the next time you're going through a drive-through at Wendy's? Let me tell you, I won't respond in the same way that you're responding here, okay? You don't even have to go outside, by the way. You know he ain't leaving his house. It doesn't matter. It's just crazy. Like, all sense of normalcy is completely dropped. He's one of the largest content creators on this platform. And he's over here celebrating a random-ass hater showing up and stream sniping. Do we really want to do that? Is that really the game we're playing nowadays? Is that really what the standards have become?
All right.
Are you that stupid and that short-sighted that you don't realize that this could genuinely harm you. I'm a public personality, and so are you, Asmongold. Your house mold is not going to stop someone from trying to do the same thing that they do to me that you egg on with your community. I know for a fact that people already do that to you as well. So you know better than most other people not to entertain this shit, and yet you do. Because in that moment, you feel big. You feel, yeah, I gotta say this. I gotta say this to my audience.
You're standing high on shit
I gotta
mountain,
say
baby.
It's actually based, and it's awesome. It's so strange. What you see in terms of harassment, as I've talked about with the Emaru situation, for example, is the tip of the iceberg. There's an unspoken rule among content creators in general where we don't talk about this sort of stuff. We don't highlight this sort of stuff, and we instantly criticize this sort of stuff because we all know what goes around comes around, and there's not a
Exactly
lot
what I
of
was trying to say.
protection
What goes around
against
comes
this
around.
sort of psychotic behavior. Okay? And I know for a fact that Asmongold has to deal with that shit in his day-to-day experience as well. He just doesn't talk about it, neither do I. But the difference between myself and Asmongold is that if someone were to approach Asmongold like that, I wouldn't be celebrating it. Okay? Yeah, he can farm this all day, every day. But if he hears my words, I think he'll understand man to man. You can farm this shit, but what goes around comes around, Asmongold. And before people say, oh, he doesn't go outside, it doesn't matter. Content creators know that it's not just about going outside. Asmongold personally knows it's not just about going outside. Just as I personally know it's not just about going outside. When there's a will, there's a way. When you're in the same spot, day in, day out, live streaming, people can figure out exactly where you live, just like they know where Asmongold lives and just like they know where I live. So don't talk like that. Okay? It's not just about stream snipers, you moron. It's what you consider to be permissible, what you are leaning into with your audience. Inevitably, people are going to do more of the stuff that I know you've experienced already. Stop tapping the glass before it taps back at you in a way where you can't deal with it any longer. This is the reality. This is what I despise about Ethan Klein and Destiny Gold and Dan Saltman, whose addresses are all readily available in the same exact websites and platforms that they rely on, that their fan bases go to find my address, to harass me. Okay? These guys are equal opportunity autists. They're equal opportunity cyberstalkers. You're playing a very fucking dangerous game when you lean into this shit. This is one big crash out. Just saying. If you want to see
It's not
this
even
as
a crash out. It's just a fact, man.
Go ahead. See it as a fucking crash
Scary
out.
truths.
I don't think it's a crash out. This is just factually accurate information. Maybe framing this as a crash out makes you feel better about not even yourself, but about the feelings of your favorite content creator. As long as you just go, oh, he's crashing out actually, then you can spare the feelings of your favorite content creator, which is so pathetic, by the way. It's a pathetic way to exist. What I've
Yeah, but like it's not even just with like content creators. We see the same thing with like corporate. You know, people want to defend CEOs in the same type of way. Anytime someone can look up and like see like whether it's like status or like what they see as influence or power, they will defend it till they ride. Like peasant brain's a real thing. I mean, it really is. Like this idea that like I'm supposed to be serving a master. A lot of people have that mentality, and it's like a wild, wild thought. Like I just don't relate to it. Like I'm the master of my own domain, but like some people out here, like when they like really want to give their all to somebody, and they want to worship a celebrity or like a business person or whatever it may be, they really will give their all to it. Like I mean, even the fact that like someone will go outside and stream snipe or like hunt down where a content creator is just to attack them. Like you're putting. How are there more people willing to do something like that and like put like some jail time on the line or like consequences on the line, but you're not willing to stand up and like protest against like Trump's racism, or you're not willing to protest during like BLM or like No Kings, or like you're not willing to defend like a Luigi Mangione against like the fact that a CEO was making it so like, you know, his family was dying or sick or like couldn't afford or all went breakup. Like you're so willing to defend what I'm trying to say is you're so willing to defend who you see as a celebrity or someone in power. You're so willing to defend their feelings and their thoughts and their ideas, but you won't stand up against injustice. Like, you're just a coward. You're just like chasing clout. You're chasing someone's opinion. You're chasing some like respect from some people that won't even know your name. It's just like your philosophy's broken. Like your reality's broken at that point. You're not really seeing what's in front of you, and you're not really in the moment. You're in your feelings, and you're in your head, and you're in your own delusions. And it's a sick thing, but I think that, like, it really is like something that's running rampant in America, probably because education and character and morals are like at an all-time low. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll get better.
That so far is no different than my commentary after Emaru was sexually assaulted at TwitchCon at the meet and greet. I said the exact same things then as I'm saying now, leaning into and promoting and celebrating random people showing up as stream snipers on streams of other content creators you don't like. That's creating a dangerous environment for you too. You think you're farming this shit right now, but I know for a fucking fact you're dealing with it on the back end. You're dealing with it in your day-to-day life. I know for a fucking fact that you're dealing with it because every content creator deals with this shit. Why the fuck do you think you'll be spared? It's incredibly, incredibly short-sighted that you think you can make one fucking YouTube video off of this and then it won't come back around to you, especially when it already has come back around to you. This is not a crash out. It's more so a warning. He's gonna blame you, FYI, for what? For saying that you shouldn't fucking turn around and lean into people, random people showing up on people's streams? Really? It's gonna take time away from his 18th video about how I'm a fucking dangerous, radical, terrorist, anti-Semite. I know what you mean with egging this on. Clip of the year, Patriot. So what message does this send? The next guy has to do something bigger to get a similar reaction from his favorite streamer or Discord com. Exactly. That's it. That's what it is. And
Dog chasing tail.
That. Okay? Gonna spit it in my honest opinion. I know. But I hope he'll understand what I'm saying here. When you incentivize your audience to go after people in the physical world that you don't personally like, eventually that's going to turn on you, okay? And that's not a good time for anybody, okay? In any case, I'm sure he'll turn around after literally celebrating someone showing up and being like, oh, I thought it was just like a meme. I think so. I think it's a meme. I think it's ultimately harmless at this stage, right?
But where does it go?
Freaks like Roachman being like, yeah, this is the clip of the year. You're telling your audience that they need to do more of it, okay? You're telling your audience to fucking stalk my ass in the real world. That's not healthy. That's not healthy for me at all, and that's not healthy for you either, okay? It's ridiculous. You're telling your audience that, you know, this is what they gotta do to get fucking... You're telling your parasocial fans that they gotta do stuff like this to get your attention, that you'll highlight them, that you'll give them praise. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing? This time it was fine. How do we know next time is gonna be fine? How do we know that the previous instances that maybe weren't on camera were less fine than this one? There was a time and place when that kind of celebration would have been immediately banned, okay? Like, I cannot believe it. I'm one of the biggest content creators on the platform. Asmongold's one of the biggest content creators on the platform.
I'm one of the
A stream
smallest.
sniper shows up. Asmongold celebrates it. 4 years ago, Twitch would have instantly banned Asmongold. Like, no questions. Anyone who does shit like that, they would get banned. If I did that, I would get banned, okay? Straight up. It's gone. We don't live in that world anymore. It's crazy. He's doing damage
because
control.
and like the reason for that, in my opinion, like a reason to do it, I'm sure it's not the only reason. But like when you have a president that's out here being that racist, then what's the pressure on like when a president has no decorum, or there's no decorum within like leadership of like our government, or like, you know, in any institution, what's the pressure for Twitch to hold standards? If there's no standards anywhere else, why do they gotta hold standards? If there's calls for violence and ice raids going on, why do they care to stop something like this? That's why these things matter. That's why like role models matter. That's why leadership matters, because it holds like everyone else accountable to like the direction we're heading. And like I said earlier, Trump's not heading us in a positive direction. He's helping us run off the cliff. So like, why would Twitch go through the effort of banning one of their biggest content creators when there's way worse stuff being said by the president to the national media about a member of Congress? It makes them look hypocritical, hypocrites in a way. They should still do it. Like they should still like hold their internal standards, but there's no profit motive for it. There's not gonna be no backlash for it. So why not?
On a stream so hard right now.
This is bricked.
I think he should tell his audience not to do that.
Personal safety. I would not react to stream sniping clips of him because of that, because I know that like I know what it's like to deal with stuff like this, right? And so like if he doesn't want me to, I would not do it, if you want me to be honest, right? Because I know how problematic it is. But like I really don't think this is over the line. I don't think it's over the line at all. It's just a funny guy just just taking a piss, right? It's not a big deal. So I don't know if he's upset about that or not. No fucking idea, but yeah. It's just a meme. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like it's being it doesn't look like it's done with like malicious or aggressive intent. So yeah, and that's what I would say. Holy, yeah. Seen a recent tweet of him reply to Dexterdo's fan account about Rakai's ban.
He's doubling down? No, he's not doubling down. He's backing down.
Mistake, basically. Yeah, I did see that. Absolutely.
Come on, dog. He literally printed out a photo. Like the level of effort that person put into it, he could have put into something much worse. Okay? That's not normal behavior. That's not normal behavior at all. Oh, it's just a meme. Let's move on to another drama thing. You said that to fucking 36,000 people, by the way. Clip of the year. That shit's gonna go on your YouTube page, get a million views. That shit's gonna go on fucking Twitter already. He always does this cop-out. If Hasan wants me to stop talking about something, you should message me and I will stop. Maybe use your common sense. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Think critically. The only reason why I know about what he said is because he literally said it on, and it made its way to Twitter already. What will it fucking take? What will it fucking take? Surprised to me that every right-wing account posted it. Every single one. The clip of the year has been up on his YouTube for 2 hours already. Are you fucking serious? He's like, oh, I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it. There is no way, dude. There's no way that shit's already on his fucking YouTube. No. Yes, 20 minutes after.
This, I think, might be the clip.
Motherfucker has never been speechless in all his life. Yeah, dumbass. I wasn't speechless here either. 3.5 thousand likes. Brother, it's muted. Think critically. I responded to the person. I said, nice to meet you. He responded back. They edited the clip. These people are so stupid. 120,000 views in 2 hours, Asmin. And it's the edited clip too. It's not even me just going like, hey, nice to meet you, man. Not only is it, what do you say? What do you say? What do you say to this? It wasn't enough that some dude pulled up, but they had to literally edit it as though he like got one on me and I was like devastated by it or some shit. Like they fucking muted it.
Hey, free Kaya. Free Kaya.
And then they start playing music. Wait. Wait.
Jesus, I'll tell you what, the power of...
Why would anybody do that? Why would you go to this length? Why would you go to this extent to literally mute the fucking VOD? This happened 3 hours ago, okay? This happened 3 hours ago. Guy shows up, it's fine. It's not like a big fucking deal at all. They straight up edit the fucking VOD to make it seem like I was like, oh my God, I don't know what to do here. And then it's already on Asmongold. It's on fucking Ethan Klein's. It's on Ethan Klein's Instagram. It's on fucking Tim Pool posts about it. Keith Richards or whatever, like the not Keith Richards, I don't know, the fucking
bunch of clout chasers.
Right-wing orbit posts about it instantly.
Whole bunch of clout chasers.
And it's all the same edited clip. It is so incredibly coordinated. How do people not realize that this is like just straightforward slop? And also, when you lean into this, and the same goes for Tim Pool, who fucking complains about getting swatted all the time. Every single fucking right-wing account was like, oh, this was so awesome. Hey, dumbass, you go outside too. What do you think they're gonna do or say?
That's what I'm saying, man. What goes around comes around. You can't do that,
outside,
bro.
you
Come
got
on.
a lot
We gotta
more
protect
haters
each
than
other.
I
We're
do,
all humans.
motherfucker.
Even
I
if we
don't give a
disagree with
shit
each
about
other, we
going
shouldn't be
outside.
going
I'll
after
go
each other
outside
like
every
that.
goddamn day. You are terrified of going outside. You got more haters than I do. Why the
So I
fuck
might have
do
bricked
you think
this.
you
We're
can
gonna
just
find
lean
out.
into this
We're
shit
about to
on
find
the
out what
internet?
happened here.
Someone took Tim Pool's beanie and he fucking talked about it as though it was an assassination for years on end. Guy fucking stalks me with malicious.
I'm not gonna lie.
intent.
I
It's
would
not
have.
that
I would have
big of a
snatched your
deal at the
beanie.
end of the
I've
day
been known to
because,
do that.
you know,
Give me a couple drinks. I'll
I'm
snatch a
gonna
beanie
diffuse
off
that
someone's head and see
situation
what's
because
lying
most people are
underneath.
not going to behave too crazy in the normal world, right? But like, there's a lot of effort that he put into this. Do you not think that this is not normal behavior? Do you think that this is behavior that should be celebrated? Are you that fucking stupid? Again, I mean, you're just, when it happens
See if this is
to
bricked,
when it
guys.
happens to a
It might
content
be.
creator you like, you go, oh my god,
Okay,
how could this have
okay.
happened? It's so devastating. We really need to stop allowing shit like
Okay.
this to happen. When it happens to a content creator you
I have
don't
stream
like,
scheduled
you
twice.
go,
That's
oh
not
hell
good.
yeah, he deserved it. It was fucking
Looks
awesome.
like I have
love
everything
these
twice.
memes. Not realizing that when you actually normalize that sort of behavior for content creators you don't like, it's gonna happen to a content creator you do like as well. Okay? That's
Man, being
what
an
kind of
idiot
bad
sometimes
part is
sucks.
You're kind of dope. You should
Sorry.
just lean into it, make it your
Makes me know how
PFP.
to
These
fix
people are
it.
so weird. Yeah, I know. It's not what this guy did that's the problem. You understand that, right? Like the intent behind it is the major issue. The effort put into
I
it is
know
the problem.
what I need to do.
Okay.
Do, do.
Whatever. He fucking pulled up with a photo of
I
Kaya
know
of
what
being
I need
electrocuted.
to
It's
do.
a funny meme.
Do.
I don't give a shit about that. Do you not understand? It's the fact that someone took that level of initiative and effort to find where I'm at when I'm obviously like unafraid to put my location out there to do that. A person that does that gets this level of immediate praise and celebration is going to create copycats. Content creators know that it's going to create copycats. And not only will it create copycats,
it's so
it will
nice
create more
when you know
dangerous
what you
copycats
gotta
where
do.
people will constantly try to push the envelope. They will try to do something more impactful because this doesn't work, right? This is just regular harassment. It didn't work. It didn't like get a rise out of me or whatever. So next time they're going to do something different. Where will it end? Okay? That's the question. That's the issue. These people act as though I fucking
community
incite violence,
section.
right? I'm inciting violence. This is directly an incitement for more
I know we'll
violence,
go ahead
and it's
and put it
also
underneath.
directly incitement for more
games?
violence that will come back as well. It's a really, really, really shitty thing to do if you're a content creator, and it's also very short-sighted for you to do as a content creator. That's it. Yeah, Destiny
Okay, let's try
encourages
this again.
audience
This should
to
work
fucking
now.
stalk me in the past. It's happened before.
It should look right.
That didn't stop me.
Besides the
I still
CSS
go
I need to
outside.
add.
Remember the
Let's go ahead and
shaking
relaunch.
guy at the DNC? The guy that came up to me at the DNC and was like, Destiny made you. It was like a fucking brief moment. It was a brief interaction. It didn't matter. Destiny literally retweeted the guy, celebrated his behavior in his community. And then that same Destiny also said someone should fucking kill me in the streets.
Hey-o.
Who's inciting violence now? I'm not saying that about Destiny or anyone for that matter. That one was cringe.
High
but I think
fives.
this is
High
not
fives
cringe,
in the
this is
chat.
also cringe.
High
It doesn't
fives. We
matter.
got
The
it.
point- Of course,
We
this is
are
cringe
getting
too.
there.
I mean, he fucking wore a mask. Like, he was uncomfortable about what he was doing. It didn't actually get the intended outcome that he was looking for. Like, this is also great. It's very cringe to seek out someone that you despise with like that level of forethought. Okay, it's a very cringe thing to do.
Cool.
I'm never gonna do that. You know.
Cool.
I don't.
This
think
is
a
why we
healthy
need to add a
person does
topic
that.
to
I
each
mean,
one of
you
these.
really
See, I
went
need
to,
to.
like,
I need
whatever
to.
the Irish equivalent of FedEx.
I need
Kinkos
something.
is to go and get this.
What do I
printout.
need?
You know, that's a lot of fucking forethought put into this thing. It's a very cringe thing to do. It's a very creepy thing to do in general. Masking is good behavior. COVID still exists. You have to be the dumbest person on the planet, right? Like, you think this person is COVID conscious? You think that's why he's wearing a mask? What's the left tendency here? I swear to God, you could watch a fucking dude walk into a school with an AR-15 and kill a bunch of children, And I'd be like, oh, he's wearing a COVID mask to protect his identity. And you turn around and be like, actually, he's COVID conscious. Have you thought about the fact that he doesn't want to fucking spread disease? Yeah, what if the school shooter has long COVID? Are you okay? Are you fucking brain dead? No, that person wasn't joking. That's definitely a COVID conscious person. Yeah, maybe he's immunocompromised. Check your fucking privilege. Yeah, he probably is. My bad. My fucking bad, chatter. Yeah, ICE is also masking up because they're COVID conscious. That's why they're putting masks on. You fucking nailed it. I think I got my point across. I hope it was able to reach the intended audience. Be more fucking careful with the way that you're promoting shit. And this is not just a message for Asmongold, it's for Tim Pool. It's for all these fucking right-wing losers that are jerking off to this kind of shit, not realizing that I'm not afraid to go outside. If I die, I fucking die.
Amen.
You are afraid to go outside,
I ain't
you
afraid of
fucking
nothing.
pussy. You're afraid to go outside because you're worried about something like
That's not
that
true.
happening to
Ladders
you.
get
But
me,
then
heights
you fucking
get me.
sit on the internet and celebrate that shit. And
But
then
you know,
complain
sentiments
about getting
still the same.
swatted all the fucking time.
Guys, but look at the
Suck my
website.
dick,
We made real progress.
okay? You are leaning into it. You are normalizing.
Just let them
it.
finish,
That's it.
and then we'll go. Thank you, Hasan. But look. We made real progress. So look at the TribeVibe Network. I'm probably gonna make this dark. It'll probably fit my aesthetic better. But look, we got the TribeVibe Network, tribe of purposeful individuals coming together on a common vibration, networking together to create better business practices so the next generation can be better than we possibly imagine. About the movement, we can go ahead and read that. Data and economics, the vibe check, the streaming schedule, the vision of the future, Tribe Games, which is coming soon, same with Date Plate, Tribe Warrior Trackers, and future community games. But then, why Tribe Games matter. Every game we build teaches us how to collect data ethically, engage in communities authentically, and create value that can be shared. These projects aren't just fun, they are research and development for Vibe Points and future community-owned digital platforms. Great. But look at this. Join the community. Discuss philosophy, deep dive in data economics, economic systems, and how we build a better future. Build together. Watch TribeVibe Network being built in real time. Share your own projects. Learn together. Transform together. Accountability partners. Fitness journeys. Career growth. We get better together. Shape tribe games. Submit game ideas. Test date plate. Help create what the community wants. Join the forum. Damn it. Why not? Forum.tribevibe. I changed that. Hold on. Everyone pause. Take a breath. Husa. Oh, come on. Refresh. Oh my gosh. Who broke it? I just fixed it. Who broke it? Ah! Worst part of coding. By far the worst part of coding. When something just doesn't want to work, even though you know you fixed it at least once. Let's dive back into the code. Did I not save what happened? What? Didn't we just change this? What? Hold on, control these. Did I do something? Oh, does it appear twice? That could be it, guys. It might be appearing twice. 2 different locations. That makes sense. Let's go. Let's see. Let's test the theory real quick. I think if we hit this, it'll take us to the right one. Okay. All right. Fair enough. At least we know the problem. Hoo. It's nice when you know what needs to be fixed. Booyah. Okay, file save. Save it. All right, let's try it again, guys. Hold your breaths. There it is. This is our forum. This is where some of the greatest ideas of a generation are going to be shared and sculpted. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. The website's coming together real nice. Real nice like. Real nice like. I'm gonna take like a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. I hate to leave. We're building some momentum here, but I will be back in literally 2 minutes. I'm gonna turn on chill beats. No, we'll turn on some Rocky. We'll turn on some Rocky unless someone in the chat says they don't want to listen to Rocky. If someone doesn't want to, I'll be playing them quite a bit, at least once a night. But if someone else wants something else, let me know. Rocky. I act like I have to go to his channel and his thing's not on TribeVibeNetwork. We might as well give ourselves the view. Dude, look at that. 102 views in a day. I like that. Go us. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What? It's right here. Make it big. Why are you not big? That's what she said. I didn't say it. You did.
Damn who you vibe boy listen to. Cause I know I'm the shit and I'ma prove it to you. I don't give a damn who you vibe boy listen to. Cause I know I'm the shit and I'ma prove it to you.
Jacking up the price of what reality is that other organizations that their own design, have their own trophies, right? They up themselves in the fucked up part is though, I be looking at old people now and the motherfuckers themselves. Boom, bullet.
Hey, Hey, they predicted this shit. Predicted programming, this is interesting. How they got coronavirus as a darkness. Man, fuck them made me and they are frozen it. Negativity everywhere, they are causing it. It's a wealth transfer, who gon' benefit from it? It wasn't a pandemic, it was a pandemic. I'm hustling through the lockdown, listen to epidemic. Who need their gas? Serve it to you fast. I count the cash, I hit the dash. Run it up like Flash, rock star like Slash. I study the past, Papa got a brand new bag. Old school like James Brown, I'm skinny black, I'm skin brown. Melanin got me feeling proud, smoking gas from out of town. Hit me up if you need a pound, your bitch a dog, yeah, she a hound. None of face, not shit clown, pouring shots for another round. COVID-19, they patent that shit. The government gon' find a way to profit and shit. They false claiming deaths on death certificates. They fucking up the economy, cause spending deficits. They parasitic. Hey, they predicted this shit. Predicted programming, this is interesting. How they got coronavirus as a darkness. Man, fuck them made me and they are frozen it. Negativity everywhere, they are causing it. It's a wealth transfer, who gon' benefit from it? It wasn't a pandemic, it was a pandemic. I'm hustling through the lockdown, listen to epidemic. I'm an outcast, I am a blast. Watch how they harass, I will surpass. She got a fat ass, I am her dad. Beat her when she bad, feed her when she mad. Fuck school, I'm on YouTube. Most of y'all don't have a clue. Who's what and who's who. What to do now that fake you. I do not trust do. Politicians are all fools. Lies they will feed you. Truth they will not show you. They program your mind with that fear. They got niggas sitting home smoking, drinking beer. This is the beginning stage. This is the first gear. They fuck people jobs up. They fucked up their career. Hey, don't get near. Hey, they predicted this shit. Predicted programming, this is interesting. How they got coronavirus as a darkness. Man, fuck them made me and they are frozen it. Negativity everywhere, they are causing it. It's a wealth transfer, who gon' benefit from it?
It's crazy the longer we get away from COVID, the more of it being a pandemic and not a pandemic makes more and more sense, right? I think more and more people agree with that. At least how it was handled. Handled with the exact opposite of a plan. I might have to have Rocky come down one time, or come up one time, and we're going to have to stream and really talk about the making of Meet the Messiah. Because, boy, if it was not a story. It's a great story that needs to be told, the energy that went into making that guy. So, we're going to go ahead and keep it pushing. I had this one dialed up. I'm going to take a quick diversion away from Hasan just for a minute. Let's get a little football news going in. If anyone disagrees and want to watch a little more Hasan, go ahead and let me know in the chat. But I think I'm going to watch a little That's Good Sports. Clean my palate. I'll come back to Hasan. But just to switch it up for a quick second. I want to see what this evil and disgusting Sabrina Carpenter thing is. Just because it's about Sabrina Carpenter and ICE. I have no idea what it could be about. But we'll probably dive into that after this.
One stats.
Whoa! Why does he not have a shirt on? He's not Bert Kreischer.
And
A 7-year-old student and his mother were detained by immigrants.
That was a spoiler right there. My bad, guys.
There's only been one
GG,
year
no looking
out
at
of
the
10
guy with
where
the
I
shirt
didn't play
off.
in Buffalo, so really excited. Sure, someone's going to show me their ass, so excited to see it.
Okay, Bills fans, you heard the man. Make sure you show Ted Karras your ass when you play the Bengals on Sunday.
Show us your butt!
That will now be a very fun game. It's week 14 and you better pray my curse wheel does not land on your team when I spin it at the end of the episode after I rank all the top NFL teams. Last week it defeated the Colts on multiple fronts, really. So let's soar right into the healing lights of heaven. In heaven I am placing Jackson Dart's hair.
Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo are
so hot.
That's so
I'm
much
actually
fun.
putting Dart in
I
heaven
can't wait for that.
proactively to protect him.
I hope they redo New York sports. Josh Dart or Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo, them two could be legends together. All-time comedy, all-time duo.
From himself on the field.
This is football. Like, I'm gonna get hit if I'm in the pocket or outside the pocket. Like, I've played this way my whole entire life. We're not playing soccer out here. Like,
Yes, he is going to get hit. And I am asking Jesus, Mary, and Joey to protect him.
Oh my God!
In purgatory, me, waiting to see if Bills fans really show Ted Karras their ass.
Really excited. Sure, someone's going to show me their ass, so.
Also me, having a 10-2 team that nobody thinks is good. You're wrong, the Broncos are good. But you're right, I'm not sure how good, and because of that, I can't talk the kind of shit I really want to talk. And hell, I've got the Steelers. They could have drafted Jackson Dart, which would have been the right move. They opted for a now 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Happy birthday yesterday, Aaron.
Man, listen, I'm like I've told you guys this before. I am Ohio first, Cleveland first, Ohio first. And then, like, you know, the closer you are to that Ohio way of life, the more I support you. So, like, I don't like the Steelers when they play against, like, the Browns or Bengals. But I really thought the Steelers were on to something. DK Metcalf, Aaron Rodgers, they had something cooking there for a second, and it's just falling apart. It's just, like, no good. And the idea, like, looking back now with some hindsight and thinking that you could have had Jackson Dart and kept Pickens around, you could have had a totally different outlook on the future if you would have just, you know, not done what the Browns would have done. Oh, that's comedy.
And right now, the Steelers are truly a team in hell. No defense in the NFL has played more snaps than Pittsburgh's at 820, and no offense in the NFL has played.
And they have the oldest. They have the oldest defense. One of the oldest defense in the league too. That's no good. That is no good.
Fewer snaps than the Steelers at 667. That's a difference of 153, which is probably also the amount of times Rodgers had wished he retired in the last 3 weeks. Today's episode is sponsored by PrizePicks and my code TGS. You gotta use my code when you sign up for PrizePicks if you like playing in daily fantasy. And I know I'm pushing PrizePicks hard, but that's because they are my biggest sponsor by a wide margin, and I gotta deliver for them.
That's my biggest hate on him, is that he does sports gambling as his ads. I can't promote that. I'm not about it. It's against the vibe. I like his content. I like how like free and fun he is. He like reminds me of like a fun uncle or like just a fun guy to come watch football with. But like I just can't get behind all the sports betting shit.
Eagles, Chiefs, and Lions. 4 of 2024's most dangerous teams all lost last week. They all lost. At this very moment, the Chiefs and Lions are out of the playoffs, but I believe both of those teams are a little bit better than their record. The Eagles and Ravens are in the playoffs, and I think both of those teams are actually worse than their record. And I'm officially done waiting for the fucking Ravens to turn it on. I am concerned about Lamar Jackson, who is just not really playing like Lamar Jackson. From Bill Barnwell at ESPN, Lamar's completion percentage over expectation is minus 6.9% over this span. Per NFL Next Gen Stats, his off-target pass rate is nearly 21%. Between 2023 and the first month of 2025, Jackson ran a positive CPOE, and his off-target rate was just over 15%. Those are a lot of nerd-ass numbers to tell you that Lamar's just not throwing it as accurately as he used to. How did the 6-6 Chiefs get to the playoffs? Well, the path is clear. They're going to have to win and win out. And how do they pull that off?
We're going to go after you every game. And, you know, that's how we roll. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game.
The fuck?
I don't know what tickling one's tonsils means exactly, but I imagine you can find it on any of the 10,000 websites that end in hub. I thought KC started losing because they stopped tickling the refs' tonsils. Detroit had to place Terry and Arnold on IR. Their savior center, Frank Ragnow, unretired and then failed his physical with a severe hamstring strain and then had to retire again. As much as last season felt like it just wasn't the Lions' year, this year is starting to feel like it's even more not the Lions' year. It seems that in the age of gooning, everyone is now beating Goff. And Philly, you allowed DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai to look like Walter Payton and Matt Forte on the same team. Number 13, I got the Buccaneers. Did I ever tell you guys that my hero is Mike Allstott?
You know, I got my high school state championship team here, those guys, and they met every white man's hero, Mike Allstott. It feels pretty good.
Oh, fuck. I'm a walking cliche, but Mike Allstott was really good. He was really good.
Every white man's hero, Mike Allstott.
And I've talked a lot about my white heroes on this show, and Baker Mayfield is another one of them. What I haven't really discussed is the Bucs defense. Lost in that ass-kicking they got by the Rams last weekend. And in the Bucs losing streak is that their run defense has been stout this season. The Rams only got 70 on them. Arizona just 95 in the last game. The Bills, who put up 249, and Pittsburgh just 97 against Tampa. They're allowing the 6th fewest rushing yards per game at 97.4 and have given up just 58 rushing first downs this season, tied with Seattle at 58 for second best in the league. The Texans are number 1. Now Tampa lost all 3 of their tough games, but have the Saints and Falcons next. And then, what could be some playoff-determining games against the Panthers, who they played twice in the final 3 weeks. Number 12, it's the Colts and Texans. Daniel Jones has fallen from one of the best stories from the first half of the season to a potential liability, especially when the game is in the balance. In the fourth quarter and overtime, Daniel Jones has a QBR of just 33.8, the lowest in the NFL, and behind Justin Fields, Jacoby Brissett.
What's with quarterbacks going to new teams and just going absolutely crazy? Like Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold. Maybe our perspective of quarterbacks, like, you know, if they don't work in this system, or the first time they have a chance, it won't work. It will never work for them. And then all of a sudden, like, there's a big old shuffle, and then like now Daniel Jones is playing out of his goddamn mind. Baker Mayfield in Tampa, Sam Darnold in Seattle. I feel like a lot of guys need a second chance out there. You know what I mean? Especially if they had like some mechanics and some good look. Maybe even if that's not true, they just need to like switch it up, get some fresh air.
And Cam Ward. After losing 3 of their last 4 games, the Colts went from the #1 seed in the AFC to now fighting for their playoff lives with 5 games left against 5 teams with winning records. The Texans are just a game back in that division. The Houston D is allowing the 4th fewest passing yards per game, the 4th fewest rushing yards per game, the fewest total yards per game, and still the fewest points per game. Their offense has been stagnant most of the season, looked decent against the Colts, but as a unit, they have turned the ball over just 10 times, which is 4th best in the league. The edge rushers have received most of the attention lately, but corner Derek Stingley has been lights out. He allowed just 57 passing yards in the last 6 games combined. He has 5 games this season with less than 10 yards allowed. He gave up 0 yards to Indy, has 3 picks this season, and honestly should be in the convo for best corner on earth. If CJ Stroud plays football good, just good football, you will beat the Chiefs on Sunday. Houston, please beat those Chiefs. And since the Chiefs have a losing record, I can't tell them to go fuck themselves. And Houston, you can make sure I don't say profane things like that. Number 11, the Chargers. I'd love to put you much higher, LA. I really would, but I just don't know if Justin Herbert is going to make it to Week 18 without a full body cast. The Chargers have a gauntlet of a schedule going forward, including games against 4 top 10 defenses. For Justin Herbert's sake, I hope he starts getting rid of the football in about 2 seconds or less. Omarion Hampton should return against Philly, and if the Bears have taught us anything, it's that you can run right at the Eagles and succeed. Number 10, it's the Billies. James Cook has been climbing the franchise leaderboard in Buffalo this season. He entered the year as the 17th all-time leading rusher in Bills history, and after collecting over 1,200 yards already this season, he's now up to 6th on that list, passing LaShawn McCoy and Travis Henry. Second on that list, God rest his soul, O.J. Simpson, respectfully.
God rest his soul was O.J. Simpson. Respectfully.
Thank you, Cam Newton. I am so glad we are respecting the juice, and also assuming that God, and not Satan, is in possession of his soul.
It's me, O.J. Mahomes.
Now, if you watch Film Watchers, which I highly recommend you do, he noted that the Bills ran the same exact run play 29 times against Pittsburgh on their way to 249.
The Bills ran the same play 29 times for 183 yards. What?
If there was ever a justified reason to fire Mike Tomlin, I think that's it. It's simple, Buffalo. James Cook is the man who can take you to the promised land. Don't forget it. Even if another defense decides to stop your one play that's working over and over again, just run to the other side. Number 9, the 49ers. It feels like so many things have gone wrong for the 49ers this season, and yet they have a Week 17 game against the Bears that could potentially push them into the 1 seed in the NFC. All of their former players, Drake Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Jake Moody, and Deebo Samuel, looked great on Monday Night Football. Guys that they could have probably used this season, but respect regardless. The lack of variance in the NFC is crazy. This team could get a first-round bye, or, again, they could miss the playoffs and finish 3rd in their division. Neither would really surprise me at this point. They don't have a player with 5 sacks in San Francisco. They don't have a wide receiver with over 500 yards, and they only have 5 interceptions as a defense. I guess who gives a shit, because they have Christian McCaffrey at peak form, and they're 8-4.
Oh, we're pretty close,
McCaffrey,
guys.
by the way, has more
We're pretty
scrimmage
close.
yards than any other player in the NFL right now. And the Niners have needed every damn one of those yards. Number 8, the Jaguars. The team that mortgaged their future to get the 2nd overall pick has now won 4 of their last 5 games since Travis Hunter was shut down for the season. Is their other first-round wide receiver from the year before stepping up in his absence? Not really, and I said he would, so that sucks. Quite the opposite, in fact, but the Jacoby Myers trade has quietly looked pretty good. And in his 4 games as a Jag, he's caught 18 balls for 245 yards and a pair of touchdowns. He's already got more touchdowns in Jacksonville than Brian Thomas has this year. You could argue 4 of their last 5 top draft picks are playing poorly or not playing at all, and they're still 8-4. I think we've got to give Liam Cohen a ton of credit, because this team is playing much better than it was a year ago, and while I think they are a year away, Jags fans have to like what they're seeing from Coach Cohen. Number 7, We them Cowboys. One of you asked if I would retire the Jerry Jones bit now that the Cowboys look respectable. And I have just one thing to say to you. Hunter Jones! And I'll never stop till I find my fucking glory hole. There's been a surprise star on the defense for the Cowboys during their 3-game win streak. Their third-round pick, Sharon Revel, made his debut at corner 3 weeks ago and has allowed just 5 receptions for 61 yards in 89 coverage snaps. When they acquired Quinnen Williams, I noted they really needed more help in the secondary. Well, I did not know that man was already on the roster. The other rookie playing really well is Donovan Ezeraku. Just 2 sacks on the season for Ezeraku, but I think after the first month, he's improved significantly and now has 28 pressures on the season and 11 QB hits. The Cowboys defense might be the most improved unit over this year. And if I'm wrong, the Lions will be my corrector on Thursday night. Number 6, the Packers. 3 of the last 5 Packers games are on the road, and that might not be a bad thing for Jordan Love. Bizarrely, he's got a better passer rating, completion percentage, yards per attempt, and a 14-to-1 touchdown ratio away from Lambeau Field this season. Maybe he just hates Packers fans. Packers fans, are you okay rooting for a quarterback who doesn't like you? Who doesn't even and won't ever love you, even though that's literally in his name?
I will never love you!
I'm kidding. Love has thrown just 3 picks all season, which is actually less than Matthew Stafford now, and the Pack already beat Goff twice. The max allowed in one season is 3, by the way. Now, I mentioned Jared Goff because he's just one of 4 QBs with a higher passer rating than Jordan Love this season. And you know what they say, you can't find true love until you beat Goff twice. No one should be surprised, but the Micah Parsons trade is really starting to pay dividends down the stretch. He's got 6 sacks in the last 3 games, and he's on pace to set a...
I can't believe the Cowboys are still having the year they're having, even though they traded Micah Parsons. That's the biggest surprise. I really thought the Cowboys might have been dead in the water. I know they had to do some stuff at the trade deadline to get their stuff back together, but that boy can play ball. I love watching Micah Parsons play. Him and Myles Garrett are some of my favorite defensive linemen to watch. And, when they're on the field, I don't watch the ball. I watch them. Because even when they don't make a play, they still be tearing up an offensive lineman.
Career high in that category.
Nightmare.
And if we can get a Packers-Cowboys rematch in the playoffs,
what's happening here?
That would be nice.
What happened? Who did it? Who did it? It wasn't you. It was me.
Please, if you want to make sure your team is not cursed, subscribe to this YouTube channel. I will take bribes. Also, if I don't get more subscribers than this, if we don't get to 830 soon, YouTube said I'm going to have to start posting to Facebook. Don't make me post these videos to Facebook.
That's hilarious. Hey, just real quick, just so you guys know what's up. So I am gonna hold off on doing anything else for the website. It's where I'm at on the checklist. It keeps not wanting to load for whatever reason. Here, I have it somewhere else. But essentially where I'm at on this checklist is getting into making sure content's already there, like putting some seed content in, and making sure everything runs properly on mobile devices, make sure we can post and reply. So I'm probably going to have the girls, my wife and my sister, set up some stuff and see what they can do. And then I have some posts that I want to put in there. My own introduction, but I also have some philosophical writings, not anything crazy, but some points and matters that I've written about that I would want to put on there just to kind of get the juices flowing. I think we're going to launch it on Friday, which means, Gigi, if you're still here, Friday you might also be responsible for making sure that it's announced that we have launched TribeVibeNetwork.com. I might get it till tomorrow. Maybe we have a little soft launch tomorrow, and then we really announce it and try to push it a little bit more on Friday. But I think we'll be able to get it pretty well done. I mean, we're like almost there. We just have to like make sure everything's working properly and efficiently. I mean, like there's things like badges and stuff I can put in there, but I know that's like a fun aspect of things, but that's not like necessarily needed for the launch. That's something that we can figure out down the road. I might need to watch a YouTube video explaining the website a little bit more detail so I know what I'm doing. But yeah, it's really exciting stuff, dude. TribeVibeNetwork.com should be up by the end of this week. So I will be pushing you guys, or not pushing you guys there, but essentially the pipeline will hopefully lead people there. So if you are inclined enough to like the content, to feed off the vibe, hopefully we can get you to come over to the website and share some thoughts and just kind of start building that community. Start trying to point out problems and find solutions for those problems and networking together, just to start making some stuff happen. Start making the dream possible and whatnot. So would love your feedback when that day comes. You guys are the tribe. I'm here for you, and we're gonna make it happen. So that's exciting stuff. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna open up CapCut, and I have a little bit left, some credits left in Opus Clips. I haven't edited like the last 2 or 3 streams I've done, so I'm gonna go back and see what needs to be done and start just in the background as we watch some of this. Oops, you guys haven't been able to see me work. I apologize for that. But as we get going here, I'm gonna be editing some stuff. Hopefully I don't have to put on the sound, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll pause this for a second if I need to like hear what I'm saying or something like that. But I'm just gonna the first thing I'm gonna do is figure out what needs to be cut and kind of clean up my workflow, just because I know it's starting to make a mess with like where I'm saving these recordings and stuff. And then we will get some stuff to post. If I have anything to show you, I will show you. And let me know what you guys think about That's Good Sports. I enjoy him. I'm a football guy, but he's just like funny. He's fun to listen to, and like it's not necessarily like an ESPN vibe that he has going on, but he has like a bootleg fun version of it. He's like a fun uncle like got led to ESPN sometimes. So let me know what you guys think. And then after this, we'll go into that Sabrina Carpenter Hasan Piker video.
And coming in at 666, it's my Broncos again. And New England media members, radio nerds, are starting to remind me why everyone hated the Patriots worse than the Chiefs.
And get me started on the Broncos, who just...
You're wrong, Evan. You're wrong, and you
Boston
know it.
Cream. They barely just beat Marcus Mariota.
Like, would it kill you to show any respect to another good AFC team right now? You fucking cowards.
I just saw Bo Nix throw an interception to old man Bobby Wagner where the ball went right to him.
I make a nice Drake May video, hype up the Patriots, and this is what we get in return. All while this is the list of defenses your Patriots have beat.
If he gets the ball 3 inches higher over Nick Bonino's head, they just got upset by the Commanders, who are 3-8 with their backup quarterback.
Preach. Just another smug analysis dismissing a great play by Nick Bonito. Call them frauds. Do what you will. The Broncos play close games, and they win close games, and they possess more devil magic than any other team on earth right now. The Broncos have trailed in all 12 of their games this season, and they found a way to win 10 of them. I referenced that in my recap, but it's a wild stat. They've already tied the record for most wins by 4 or fewer points in a season, and they still have 5 to go. Something tells me they will be all alone in that category. For now, though, they're 10-2 for the 5th time in franchise history. Every time they've had that record, they've gone on to the Super Bowl, and in 3 of those appearances, they won. Their run game has taken a step back without J.K. Dobbins, but in his absence, Bo Nix has upped his play. R.J. Harvey is a great dual threat, a red zone monster, but Denver needs some help between the 20s. Nix threw for 321 and a touchdown, led a TD drive in overtime against the Commanders, and I have never seen a quarterback do that and get absolutely no credit for doing so. And unlike those fraud Patriots, when Denver beat the Giants and scored exactly 33 points as well, they did so exclusively in the fourth quarter.
Man, let's see
That's what we
here.
call
It's been a
toying
while
with
since
our
I've
prey.
edited
The Seahawks,
and
I
made
know
some
they
of these
played
clips.
Max Brosmer last week and the Titans the week before, but the Seattle defense is on a dominant run.
Did anyone see Seattle being good this year? I would not have predicted that at the beginning of the year that Seattle was going to be able to make a run. I know they're flying a little bit on the radar right now, but it's kind of alarming how good they may be. I'm not a Seattle guy whatsoever, but Back when Marshawn Lynch was there, they were fun to watch. And Aaron Donald, man. I haven't watched a single Seattle game, so I really can't say much about him. But I don't know. It's just crazy. I know they got that rookie receiver out there about to hit 2,000, or maybe it's the second year, about to hit 2,000 yards. But it's just wild. It's wild that they're good and they got so good so quick.
EPA is minus 0.36, which is even better than that 2013 Legion of Boom Seahawks, who were minus 0.23 on their best 7-game stretch. That's really good for a defense that's lacking a lot of household names. Nick Emanwari might become one, though, because he's having a Defensive Rookie of the Year caliber season. He leads the NFL in pressures by a defensive back. That's pretty cool. The Seahawks are so good, they forced Adam Thielen to seek out the fucking Steelers. Now, there might be a bit of tiny concern with Sam Darnold right now, given how he melted down at the end of last season. Just 2 touchdowns and 4 picks in his last 3 games. Certainly not time
maybe
to
he got
panic,
better.
but
12-1.
he's not going to earn the benefit of the doubt until he closes out the regular season strong and doesn't spontaneously combust in January. I've got the Rams. Devontae Adams now has 117 career TDs, 11 touchdowns in the last 6 games for Adams, and he surpassed Antonio Gates on the all-time receiving touchdown list. Adam also joins Jerry Rice, Marvin Harrison, and Terrell Owens as the only players 32 or older with 14-plus receiving touchdowns in a single season. Not enough to beat the Panthers, but Devontae is on a Hall of Fame schedule, and I hope Stafford gets him all the way there. Number 3, the Panthers. Screw it, Carolina. You beat the best, so let's celebrate with a chance to get you cursed. I don't care if they're overranked. Panthers, you are awesome for this week. And they shall have their moment.
That's
the Panthers
funny.
are a confusing
No,
team,
they're not.
but they just
That's
beat
crazy.
who we thought was the best team in the NFL. The Panthers are 2-0 when they're double-digit underdogs this year. The rest of the
I hope Matthew Stafford gets an MVP because I'm tired of being on the internet and people disrespecting that man. That man has put in so much work. He built Calvin Johnson. I know he had some tough years in the line with the Lions, but that's not his fault. His stats were solid. That man had a dislocated shoulder, still came out and beat the Browns. I know it's just the Browns, but he did some impressive stuff, all right? I hope he wins an MVP just to seal his legacy a little bit more. He has 1 Super Bowl ring, an MVP, in this back half of his career in L.A. For sure, famer, but we need to start putting some respect on his name a little bit more, if you ask me.
league 0-14.
I know no one asked me, but there's a microphone in front of me, so I'm gonna tell you anyway.
I'll pronounce you double-digit underdogs for the rest of the year, Carolina. They are lacking in one big area, however. Carolina has struggled to get pressure all season and continued Sunday. Its 13.3% pressure rate was the worst of any team in Week 13. There was so little pressure, Stafford didn't know what the hell to do and just threw it to the Panthers anyway. You know what they say, defense is overrated, especially edge rushers, and you don't win championships with defense. Maybe the Giants will mercifully release Brian Burns, and he can join the Panthers again. Carolina just doesn't have any good edge rushers right now. The leading sacker on the team is Derek Brown with 4, and he plays on the interior. Carolina has just 18 sacks total this year, second worst in the league, which is crazy for a team that hasn't even had their bye week yet. The craziest thing you did, Carolina, though, was not defeating the Rams. It was forcing Macaulay Culkin to watch you beat his favorite team by the hands of Michael Jackson. Number 2, the Patriots. See, I can be unbiased. In the month of December, most Christians are celebrating Jesus. Well, Pats fans, I suggest you continue praying to Moses. Morgan Moses, who has allowed just 1 sack all season. That's as good as one could have hoped for, while the line survives now without Will Campbell. How consistent are the Patriots, though? Well, I think that 10 straight win streak should tell you exactly pretty consistent. But during that win streak, they've scored at least 23 points and allowed 23 or fewer points. Here's an idea. Every team playing the Patriots,
I want to go back to DaVinci Resolve so bad.
And do not let them score
So much
23
better.
points. Pretty simple. I believe there was a Jim Carrey movie about this exact phenomenon.
11 plus 12. 23. My birthday, 2-3. Driver's license, social security number. It's all 23.
If you want to poke any holes in the Patriots' sails right now, and I really do, it might be their rushing defense. Remember how they hadn't allowed a 50-yard rusher for most of the year? Well, through weeks 10 to 12, they allowed 5 yards.
Hey, I'm not happy about it either, but I called the Patriots coming back. I knew Drake May was going to be a dog. And the reason I knew he was going to be a dog is because he came from North Carolina, right? Or Duke, one of the two. But he took a crappy ACC school, and the only reason he didn't like make the playoffs or at least make a push to the playoffs was because he had like a season-ending injury. If you can be a dog in a small school and like carry a team and like find ways to win games in the college level, that's what translates most over into the pro game. It's not about like saying with Ohio State. I mean, I'm not saying he's gonna be a bad NFL quarterback, but like the talent that he has around him, and like the fact that like he doesn't have to like make everything happen himself, and he's not in like a tough situation every game, is just gonna make it harder for him to like. He's gonna have the bigger learning curve once he gets to the pros, if he gets there and all those good things.
Per carry against their opponent, and 4.8 against the Giants if you take out the negative 13-yard rush by poor Giants punter Jamie Gillian. I think a lot of that comes down to losing Milton Williams to a high ankle sprain on the interior of their D-line. Just something to watch, especially when they head into a 2-game stretch against the Bills and the Ravens. And coming in at number 1, that's right, the Chicago
Bears. What world do we live in? What world do we win? All right, hold on, Gabby. Turn your eyes off. No, GG. No, GG. Don't look. Don't look, GG.
It's cold,
no look at
too.
GG.
These nipples could cut glass. These nipples.
What world do we live in, though, that the Bears and the not Seattle, but the Panthers are going to be top ranked in any sort of NFL power ranking? That's pretty wild. Obviously he's a goofy one, but like, come on, that's wild.
Could cut through the line. Like
only we're missing is the Cleveland Browns
or the Bengals. Free wieners in Chicago. The Chicago Bears have rebounded from an 0-2 start to become the top seed in the NFC. They've clinched their first winning season since 2018, and they've got a chance, if they can outlast the Packers, to host their first playoff game since the double doink. But they still have 2 games against Green Bay, and here's what might slow them down just a little bit, their passing game. Caleb Williams has the lowest completion percentage in the league, and he would become just the first quarterback even in the bottom 5 of that stat to earn a 1 seed in his conference since another Bear did that exact same thing, one Rex Grossman. That team did make the Super Bowl. It doesn't really make sense to me, honestly. The Bears have put together a really strong offensive line, and Ben Johnson got a 72% completion rate out of Jared Goff a season ago. I think the best thing that could happen at this point is a Bears-Broncos Super Bowl. Bo Nix, Caleb Williams combined for the lowest completion percentage, all the dumb stats the football nerds like to glaze over, and in that game, we Bears and Broncos fans will laugh at all the haters. As long as Caleb keeps being smart with the football and that defense keeps forcing turnovers, the Bears, with their highest turnover differential in the NFL, are a tough foe. And now, we shall spin the curse wheel, and I'll put my clothes back on. The Ben Johnson bit's over, right, guys? Don't forget Prize Picks. Sign up, code TGS. Great way to support this channel. I'll fix it next week. May God have mercy on your soul.
The Cleveland Browns! We're already cursed.
Ooh, 12. Who did it take out at 12? Fuck, I can't remember. BRB? Oh, God, no! Oh, shit, I put the Colts and the Texans. So, first of all, fuck you, Curse Wheel, because the Texans play the Chiefs. Don't need that devil magic. And the Colts, it's going for a 4th cursing of the Colts. Will you please leave the Colts alone? You sadistic
Fate don't want the Colts to have nothing good.
Thanks for watching that.
Fair enough.
Sports, please.
All right, hold on. But that's good sports. If you like that type of content, let me know. I probably should reach out to him, see if he's cool with me watching it on stream. I know Hasan doesn't give a shit, but... Oh, what's going on here? My computer's glitching. It's probably because I have CapCut open. I'm editing a 3-hour video.
It wasn't a pandemic, it was a pandemic. I'm hustling through the lockdown, listen to epidemic. Money. Who need that gas? Serve it to you fast. I count the cash, I hit the dash. Run it up like Flash, rockstar like Slash.
A 7-year-old student and his mother were detained by immigration authorities while traveling over
Let's get back to real
according
news.
Superintendent of Vermont's district. I feel so much safer. I'll keep it real with you guys. These sick and twisted 7-year-olds need to be out of the nation-state boundary immediately. All right, let's get to Sabrina Carpenter.
Have you ever tried this one? Have you ever tried this one? Have you ever tried this one?
So the White House posted that, and Sabrina Carpenter actually delivered one of the most unholy ratios of all time.
Bro, it's wild that the White House would just assume she's okay with you using her music on a video like that. Holy shit! Maybe I don't care if Benchwarmer, if that good sport cares if I listen to his stuff, because like, if that's wild. I didn't know they did that with no like pre-warning in 2025. Like, hey, we're about to do some crazy shit. You better be ready.
House using
That's
Sabrina
wild.
Carpenter's music, saying, "This video is evil and disgusting. Do not ever involve me or my music to benefit
How
your
many-
inhumane agenda."
GG, you want to know how many? You probably gained more than I did. Let me double check. I think you gained 4 yesterday on your stream. Let me double check for you, GG, so you can go tell all your friends about it. She went live. Does anyone know if YouTube batches its stats? Like, because I feel like I'll just look at this randomly and nothing will happen, and then I'll look at it again and it's just like, it's like, oh, here's a total dump. Yeah, 4, Gabby. Dude, right? And use Sabrina Carpenter's like music and didn't like give her any PR warning. Isn't that crazy? Like, what? like talk about like copyright infringement. We're just gonna play your music while we're abusing and our SS agents are out terrorizing normal everyday citizens, and we're just not gonna give you a heads up about it. Wild stuff. No, that's not weird. That's disrespectful. That's wild. That's like not normal. Oh, okay. Yeah, weird as in not normal. Agreed. This is culturally trying to make it okay for ICE raids to take place and hit Latinos at the same time that we're going to start hitting Somalians. Remember, that's what we were listening about earlier. We're going to hit a whole new ethnic group because we've been wearing out the Latinos so much.
And then the White House also engaged in some sort of copium posting as a reply to this. Okay. But I'm glad she spoke out.
Well, first it was Taylor.
Yeah.
Now it's Sabrina. Sabrina Carpenter, the singer, becoming the...
First it was Taylor. I feel like we could see more initiative from Taylor Swift.
Sweet
Please,
GG Red.
nobody get mad
That's
at
what I
me
like
for
to hear.
saying this, but I feel like we
Go
can see
live
more
there and we
movement
can
from
post it on
Taylor
TribeVibe.
this
We'll
stuff.
figure it out.
latest
Whatever
pop
works.
superstar to get into a feud with the Trump White House. The fight began with Carpenter slamming the administration for using one of her songs in a video applauding ICE raids.
That's probably not.
I
good
wouldn't want
brand.
that. The clip posted by
It's
the
crazy
official
because,
White
like,
House
anytime there's any
account
collaboration
shows
between
a
major
video
brands or
montage
corporations,
of ICE
they give
officers
each other like a
chasing
heads up.
and handcuffing people to a remix of
That's wild.
Carpenter's song Juno.
Hey,
The
watch
post
us
includes
break
cat
civil
screaming,
liberties.
"Bye-bye,"
Watch us destroy American
hard
culture.
eyes
And watch us do it to a funky song.
This is
Wild.
so sick.
Yeah, the cruelty is really
I'm
it's
sorry.
staggering.
This is so sick. The singer responded with a video, a post of her own, writing, "This video is evil and disgusting. Do not ever involve me or my music to benefit your inhumane agenda."
Amen.
White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson responded with a statement referencing Carter's lyrics, writing, "Here's a short and sweet message for Sabrina Carpenter. We won't apologize for deporting dangerous, criminal, illegal,
I'm tired of the
murderers,
lies.
rapists,
Let's
and
just
pedophiles from our country."
No. We're not going to read the lies. You know,
But like that's what I was saying earlier about this, letting him being out here being racist to like a congresswoman. Like, why are we letting the cameras on? Turn the cameras off and tell him to shove it up his butt, man. Like, I mean, I know, like she might, like, sometimes they give me like about to be divorced couple vibes. So like, you know, he might be being a little bit of a dick here, like stepping on her lines like that. But like, stop it. Like, stop spreading it. Like, what they're saying is not true. And it's fact. Like, it's like common day people can see what's going on is complete, like, wild, like, weird BS. So let's stop, like, as mainstream media, let's stop acting like it's normal. Let's stop acting like all of our procedures and how we've been doing things for the past 100 years can keep just going in the same direction. This is crazy crap going on, and we need to start treating it like it's crazy crap. It needs to be very obvious that we don't agree with it and that we don't think it's okay.
Are getting students and Jacob Saber. Am I not supposed to say this yet?
What? Just hang on, okay?
They are ICE.
See, that's what I'm talking about. They need a divorce. They are about to be a divorced couple. Like, I'm not saying they're married, but they give those vibes. Like, he stepped on her lines and started skipping ahead, and look, she mad. She's looking at a producer right now like, get this man out of here. I think he's an ex-Fox News guy, too, which is even great. This is a Republican on a supposedly Democratic network.
He's getting innocent people that are going to see their family. They are busting down like kindergartens and pulling out kindergarten teachers. They're
Okay, Morning Joe. More like Morning Joe Stalin. When did this happen? They're out here talking like they're on the Hasan broadcast. What the? They literally hung out with Donald Trump. Remember, they kissed the ring.
They were hanging out. They were having a good old time.
What a shocking. Yeah, Morning Joe, more like Maoist Joe. Yeah, good morning. It's a beautiful morning for revolution. How the is Morning Joe saying this about the Trump immigration agenda? They literally went to Mar-a-Lago to be like, I will suck your dick, Mr. President. I love you. What the hell?
From mothers to the ground. It's savage. The savagery, the cruelty, and it's something they celebrate. They love this. They think inside the White House. I mean, Donald Trump has said before he doesn't want to see mothers ripped from the arms of children. But that's exactly what they're doing.
Bro, what is happening? Liberals are talking about immigrant parents getting ripped away from their children's arms. Oh
About
my
time.
God.
It's only been happening
Are
for
we
like 2
there?
years now.
I mean, you guys didn't seem to care about this shit a while back. No disrespect. I love that you're there now. I'm glad that you're there now, but I wish you could keep up this energy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I saw this. ICE detains second grade student visiting family for Thanksgiving. A 7-year-old student and his mother were detained by immigration authorities while traveling over Thanksgiving break, according to Superintendent of Vermont's district. I feel so much safer. I'll keep it real with you guys. These sick and twisted 7-year-olds need to be purged out of the nation-state boundary immediately. 7 years old.
7-year-olds are the reason we can't afford rent, dang it. They've destroyed our entire economy. They destroyed the housing market. They're the reason we don't have health insurance. Get rid of these non-white 7-year-olds. They're the whole problem to all of my issues. They're the reason I can't breathe out my own lungs anymore.
Agents took her to Honduras just hours later.
Agents at Boston's Logan International Airport.
It's the day before Thanksgiving. We're all supposed to be with our families, and yet she's taken away from her family this time of year. It's cruel and unconscionable behavior, and we're not going to tolerate it.
Pomerleau says Lopez Beloza, a student at Babson College in Massachusetts, was planning to surprise her family for the holiday, but was picked up before she could even board her flight.
She was scanning her boarding pass, so she was told there was something wrong with the ticket. I don't believe that to be the case. Something must have happened between when she had her passport scanned in Logan Airport.
CBS Austin reached out to the Department of Homeland Security asking why Lopez Beloza was detained and later deported. We've yet to receive a response. According to a report from the Boston Globe, there's been a removal order for Lopez Beloza since 2017. Pomerleau says he was blindsided by her deportation.
We have a decision from 6:08 p.m. on Friday saying she shall not be removed from Massachusetts. But more importantly, she shall not be removed from the United States of America until we get to the bottom of why she was detained in the first place.
The Massachusetts lawyer says this highlights the larger issue with the current immigration system in the country.
And we need to have better immigration policies here. You know, she's a dreamer and she's living a draconian nightmare right now. This is
we need to deregulate. We need to deregulate immigration.
We were unable to connect with her. She's still
screw deregulating the economy. We need to deregulate our immigration status or immigration law.
I don't know what to say. But it's just transporting out 1.4 million likes on this post, dude. Anyway, but that ratio was so fat, it seems like even Morning Joe is on board now with a pro-immigrant agenda.
Tenfold compared to the first term. It's why he's upside down on immigration, an issue that should be his strongest, because the southern border is shut down.
Yeah, and as much as Trump has said he doesn't want that, but at the same time, he sat down with 60 Minutes a month ago and was told, was asked about immigration.
You guys think it's really shut down, or do you think there's still people like coming in over the border? Because like, how would they know?
But you're right.
Do you think they know? Do you think they know like that?
It is government by trolling. The idea of putting out these slick videos that they know are going to get a reaction.
You think the southern border is really shut down, or do you think some people are still sneaking in?
And you know, not just Sabrina Carpenter, but a lot of Americans have said, we don't want this. This isn't what we want. We're disgusted by this. So for more writing on the idea of immigration, joining us now, opinion columnist, New York Times, David French. His latest piece is titled, "I've been doing this work for 25 years, and I've never seen such fear." David, talk to us about who you're quoting there. What do they mean?
Yeah, I was quoting a guy named Matt DiMatteo, who runs a group called the New Life Centers of Chicagoland that reaches out to immigrant communities and has been reaching out to immigrant communities since the big influx started during the Biden administration. And what he was talking about was the response to this Operation Midway Blitz that you saw headlines across the United States of this incredibly brutal crack.
The worst part is they read articles like this and they think it's awesome because they don't see immigrants as human.
Which is crazy. Again, white supremacy is destroying our land. If your philosophy is centered around one genetic makeup or one genetic expression is better than another, then you are the problem. I don't care what genetic, you are the problem. Nothing is better than anything else, and nothing is absolute.
Chicago, just with all of the scenes and all of the incidents you've seen of brutality, of tackling people, of violence directed against protesters, for example, this was happening in Chicago. And this ministry that I was talking about as part of our 2025 Giving Guide at the New York Times was one that reached out to migrants as they were hunkering down, as they were protecting and sheltering in their homes, and was reaching out to people to keep them under a roof, to keep them supplied with food and with clothing. And I was trying to make the point that when there is American brutality, there is also still American compassion. And it's really time to double down on the people who are showing compassion.
David, one church institution that's showing compassion is the Catholic Church. The Pope has been extraordinarily heroic and in doing his job. I mean, he's quoting Jesus. He's quoting the most obvious parts of the red letters. which of course leads to the question: how do so many people who grew up in our churches, who grew up as Baptists like me, across the Deep South, how are so many people turning a blind eye, not only to the savagery here, but also to a president they voted for?
I don't know, maybe because this is the purest expression of American Christianity for them, which is just being cruel to the vulnerable, being uniquely cruel. I'm not a r/atheist style guy at all. You guys know this.
Whoa, my
I respect people
computer's
who want to
freaking
practice
out.
religion in their own way, whichever way that may be. But god damn it, dude. Like, American self-described Christians are some of the biggest fucking assholes of all time, man. They would rape an entire orphanage full of children and then turn around and be like, well, you know what? God forgives me. Okay? I actually found God. And you know who actually would potentially hypothetically rape an orphanage?
Hold on, guys. Everything's dying. Everything's just freaking
full of children? Transgenders. It's like, what do you mean transgenders? You just did that. Like, what are you talking about? You can't just like point to a random hypothetical about a marginalized population potentially doing the crime that you just did. What are we doing? It's so fucking crazy. I feel like American evangelicals they move in such a strange way, man. Even as someone who thinks like, you know, live and let live, let people fucking believe whatever they want to. It creates a lot of resentment for someone like me. I promise you, go on Twitter, scroll your For You page for like 8 scrolls. You're inevitably going to arrive at someone saying the most heinous shit you've ever heard about immigrants or about gay people, trans people, whatever, poor people, and how they deserve to die. Click on their profile. There is a 85% chance that person has a cross on their profile being like, American of real good.
And it's crazy because, like, in the Bible it says like, I'm not quoting perfectly, but it says like Jesus had like copper skin and like hair of spool. Like, it like was describing him as like a Arab, Midwestern, like Middle Eastern African man. And now like white racist essentially freaks have been trying to hijack Christianity and try to repurpose it and retool the Bible to fit their worldview and their delusions. And maybe they're manipulated, maybe they're ignorant, maybe they're mad, and maybe the economy is so unstable that they are just easily radicalized. It could be a mixture of all the above. Maybe it's not just pure malice and hate in their heart, but maybe it's just like, you know, them being misled and not understanding and being scared of the world, so they lead into these these philosophies and these opinions that are just more about protecting their bubble and making sure that they're okay and the people around them are okay, instead of actually being worried about, like, you know, humanity as a whole. And they're just taking this doctrine and twisting it and picking and choosing and cherry picking and doing all these things just to arrive at the fact that being racist and being evil is okay if you do it in the name of Christianity. And like, how? Like, what? Like, what? Like, it's sickening. And it's like, but like, it's sickening to the fact of like, not to the individual, but like to the epidemic. Like, there has to be something in the water. There has to be something in the cheeseburger. There has to be something in the Coca-Cola. There's something. Like, it's something that, like, it's a disease that's affecting people's minds. It's insane. It's insanity. It's delusional insanity.
Christian faith, cryptocurrency entrepreneur. Every time, brother. Every time I see someone talking about like SNAP benefits and how like black women deserve to die because they should work harder and they shouldn't be on SNAP, I click on their profile. It's a dude who in the description of their profile straight up says like, I love God, Jesus is my savior. No, the fuck he's not. He is not your savior, bitch. You are not a Christian. You are doing devil worship. You worship the devil. You worship capital.
Prophets over people.
Anytime, yo, self-described
You worship
Christians
the
are
prophets
so
over
fucking
people.
annoying. Christians who are just Christian and chill about it are fine, but there is a very high likelihood if a motherfucker is like writing about how aggressive they are with their Christianity, with their faith, They are probably a massive piece of shit. I have yet to see a motherfucker who doesn't wear that shit on their sleeve.
That's pretty accurate.
I've yet to see a motherfucker who wears that shit on their sleeve be a nice person, bro. I'm sorry.
That's fairly
Corinthians, Christ is King. These are the types of Twitter bios you must avoid. Okay? Dudes with like Christian scripture in their fucking bios are some of the most evil people I've ever met. They are doing a very bad job promoting Christianity. Okay? Not to get all fucking Catholic with it because I'm in Ireland, but god damn, dude. The point is you should be a better person, right? If you're a person.
The doctrine, it doesn't matter what doctrine you support. It doesn't matter what religion, what ethnicity. As long as at the end of the day, you are trying to build you are reflecting internally and you are trying to carry yourself with the highest of standard of characters you can, being open-minded to what character means, having a flexible framework that is standing upon pillars of conviction, and a philosophy that is including of all that are trying the same as you to do better, and you're moving towards a path of enlightenment in terms of the actions and your energies and your education is going, like your life being, your life essence is going towards making the world a better place some way, somehow, then you're all right. Then what you're learning and what you're doing is all right. Doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, doesn't matter if you're Jewish, doesn't matter if you're a Christian, doesn't matter if you're a Baptist, a Catholic, doesn't matter. As long as the individual is trying to carry themselves with good character and is trying to succeed in the human mission of trying to leave civilization better than we found it, then you're doing all right. That's why there's no absolutes. It's not all Christians. It's not all Muslims. It comes down to an individual, and there's always some good, and there's always some bad in everything. Period.
Person of faith, you should.
And if you don't think that's true, crack open a history book.
Be an even better person, right? You have these rigid rules of morality and what to do and what not to do. God damn. So fucking lame. I hate it.
Twice. Calling God's children. Let's make no mistake of this. Jesus was very clear. We're all God's children. And in fact, when he talks about the last being first and the first being last, well, you could probably put billionaire leaders on one side of that and Somali immigrants on the other. When he calls Somalis, quote, human garbage, that is something.
We should all be disgraced by that.
People didn't grow up in the Baptist church. Or didn't grow up.
That's not just like Donald Trump, the man, saying that. That's the leader of the free world saying that. We should all be disgusted. Americans, non-Americans, rich, poor, all of us should be disgusted of him just openly calling a group of people garbage like that, and then just making racist comments. Like, I'm sorry if you are getting down with that and you think that's like the right way to move and that's like the correct way to operate, then you're not a man of good character. You're not trying to make this world a better place.
Reading the red letters, didn't grow up in the Gospels, didn't grow up like you and me, reading about this in, Sunday school and training union. I mean, the thing is, when you get into the Gospels, they're not.
When did this whole anti-Somali tirade even begin? I don't know. It's just like, it's always been a thing, but it's never been at the forefront like this. I guess it's a way for Donald Trump to shit on Muslims without like actually shitting on all Muslims, I guess, because he can't shit on all Muslims.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The Gulf leadership is going to hear that and be like, all right, bro.
I just think they're next up.
Maybe dial it back. We're giving you like $7 quintillion fucking dollars for your stupid ass fail son and his real estate projects. Like, fucking dial it back, please. So this way he can be Islamophobic and anti-black at the same time. And then when asked, he could just be like, no, I'm just talking about Somalians. Because I have noticed that, like, I mean, he shits on Muslims quite a bit, but even with Zoran, he didn't really, like, do Islamophobia as much.
So many rules, people like to talk about rules. The commandment is, just time and time again, blessed are the merciful, for they shall be shown mercy.
This guy's still talking about a Christianity that unfortunately does not exist in the United States of America in modern day.
You do to the
It does
least of
exist.
these
It's just
among
not
me,
mainstream.
You do to me, myself.
100% exists. It's just in the Midwest where everyone's overlooking.
Keep going back to the story of the Good Samaritan enough, where Jesus says, "Love your neighbor as yourself." They ask, "Who's my neighbor?" And he picks the most despised foreigner, the Samaritan, to say, "That's your neighbor, and that's who you love, and that's who will be first in the kingdom of God." So again, a very long windup to ask this question. How have these people been so programmed
sitting there
to
like a
forget
good 60s
every
wife, just order a cup
single
of coffee?
thing they were taught in church, in Sunday school, in training union, on Wednesday night?
The problem is they weren't ever taught that. These generations running around right now, especially these young folk, they were never taught that. And the ones that were taught it never really bought in. They just wanted you to think they bought in. They just went through the motions so their grandma didn't whip them. They never believed it. They believe profit over people. They believe in capitalism. The number one religion running around right now is capitalism. People think capitalism and Christianity go hand in hand. That's diabolical. That's a diabolical philosophy, and it leads to it leads to this type of shit. When you start confusing capitalism for religion or like a doctrine of life instead of just an economic structure.
Bible studies, like how have they been so programmed that they completely put this political, I don't even know what to call it, over the teachings of Jesus Christ? Because make no mistake, read the Bible.
This Somali shit is also kind of dumb, aside from being super racist, because like most Americans only know like what a Somali person is from Captain Phillips, and you literally have to show them with like a PowerPoint presentation what a Somali person is, right? And the areas where there are a lot of Somali people is like Minneapolis, right? And it kind of feels like Minneapolis is pretty chill about the Somali population. They're
for sure.
They seem to be fucking happy about it. It's not like they're voting for Republicans out of racist backlash against Somali population rising in Minneapolis. So there's just not really, like, most Americans don't even fucking know what Somalia is, you know? Like, you need to be locked in. When Trump shits on Mexicans, at least every American knows what a Mexican is, okay? I'm willing to bet most Americans have no fucking clue when Trump says, "Oh, Somali, the Somalians,
guys, this is probably our last video for
country,"
tonight.
and it's like, most Americans are like, what the fuck is a Somalian? Which is not even what you're supposed to, it's Somali, not Somalian. But regardless, you know what I mean? I also do have to go back to Joe Rogan again here, because like a lot of the transgenders in fucking sports narratives came from Joe Rogan. And I do legitimately think this Somalis in fucking Minneapolis, Minnesota conversation came into play after Joe Rogan, that fucking moron, on his podcast was like, "Yo, Tim Walz is actually changing the flag of Minnesota to the Somali flag." I still see that fucking dumbass clip on my timeline, dude.
Bro, what happened to Joe Rogan, bro? Was he always a dumb ape? I mean, he was always a dumb ape, but like, it feels like he did so much DMT, his soul literally left his body, and then like a reptile crawled into the carcass and became he became a loyal foot soldier for the fucking corporate elite. Fucking wild, man. Like,
that shit
it's so sad.
Still goes viral
That's such
every
a
now and then.
stupid comment.
God, Americans have the weirdest gripes. Republicans have the weirdest fucking gripes of all time. Oh, my state flag. They changed the beautiful state flag of Minnesota. How dare they? We are utterly dominated by the dumbest people. Like, hearing nonsensical bullshit from other dumb people and then confidently repeating it to audiences that are so vast and so large. Also, even dumber people who then turn around and believe the shit that they're hearing. Ridiculous world. Ridiculous hell world we live in.
Yeah, we
Fucked
got.
up.
That's why we have to find ways to fix it, man. I'm not going to sit here and act like it's.
Oh my God, this motherfucker's
There's no
still
way to
talking
find a
about
way.
Jesus. I'm sorry, I can't.
Sorry, Hasan, that's why I'm here. They're not talking about the real Jesus. They're talking about a fake in their head Jesus. Let's see here. We need to get. Hey, let's talk about. Let's end on some not so political world-ending news. Let's talk about. Let's see what. Apparently Giannis is on the move. I'm sure he's not, but I know he had a conversation with Milwaukee. So let's see what's going on with him, and let's see what's going on with Milwaukee Bucks, and see if Giannis is on the move. See if they're talking about Cleveland picking him up. It'd be nice to see Cleveland. Cleveland, let's trade Darius, and maybe we'll throw Darius, and we'll throw Jared Allen in the deal, and we can get Giannis. That'd be cool. That's cool. Let's see what the Flight Mike has to say about it.
Giannis Antetokounmpo expressed questions about the Bucks' ability to truly contend over the summer. As the two sides discussed a path forward, it became clear that there was another place that Giannis wanted to play outside of Milwaukee.
He's starting the season with the Milwaukee Bucks. He made that decision over the summer. It is very clear to the whole league that Giannis' situation in Milwaukee is probably short-term.
What I'm about to show you might be the beginning of the end of an era. After
Guys, I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to throw on some Meet the Messiah. I will be back in one moment. I got to go to the bathroom again. I'll be back in a second. I might even grab myself some dinner because it's late and I haven't eaten yet. So I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Study the past, Papa got a brand new bag. Social credit is States, United States and China debt. Making bad best, United States is China's pet. They need to go to the vet, man, they need to get changed. Our world is crazy, it can drive you insane. They don't want you to think, they don't want to use your brain. Y'all hoes only smart when y'all give us brain. I can't help myself, I gotta do it for my pain. They planned this shit, 9/11, they did the same. Hey, they predicted this shit. Programming, this is interesting. How they got coronavirus as a darkness. Man, for the main media, they are fraudulent. Nobody wanna talk to me. I'm so fucking lonely. Nobody wanna talk to MK. My conversations is too real. Don't nobody wanna talk to me. Cause if they talk to me, man, I'm really gon' make them think. I ain't tryna change you, but I will inform you that the world we live in is phony. Most of y'all listening, cause once you woke, shit get lonely, lonely. I ain't got nobody to talk to, I'm lonely. I ain't got nobody to hug on me, cuddle with me. She ran away from me, I'm too serious. I wanna know about the world, I'm just curious. She said I make her scared, I think ridiculous. She make me feel like I'm crazy and delirious. She can't see what I see, she oblivious. I know one thing, this world is mysterious. She walk around with a fucking blindfold. I see through the bullshit with my eyes closed. I can't take back what I know. They manipulate your mind, they some psychos. They reptilians like Geico. They drink codeines, I keep the Draco. They energy vampires, they want your soul. This conversation is macro, not micro. My conversations is too real. Don't nobody wanna talk to me. Cause if they talk to me, man, I'm really gon' make them think. I ain't tryna change you, but I will inform you that the world we live in is phony. Most of y'all listening, cause once you woke, shit get lonely, lonely. Once you woke, you can't go back to sleep. Once you see the truth, you can't unsee. Different level, different frequency. My conversations don't come frequently. I stay out the way instead of currency. No, I do not flex and show my shit on IG. The IRS are always watching, they out to eat. They attack your ass and guard your chest before you can even speak. My conversations is too real. Don't nobody wanna talk to me. Cause if they talk to me, man, I'm really gon' make them think. I ain't tryna change you, but I will inform you that the world we live in is phony. Most of y'all is sleep, cause once you woke, shit get lonely, lonely. Yeah, Vernal. 12 hours of light, 12 hours of dark. Go hard, nigga. 24. My mama told me get a job, my daddy told me get a pack. Man, I gotta stay out the streets with too many rollers, too many rats. Man, I gotta stay out the way, man, I know niggas will shoot you in back. Man, I come for a bloodline, your daddy be the first show you crack. Oh, you got that phone hot, you a commodity. Man, I come from low income and poverty. Where I come from, a nigga still is property. Man, I'm in Black's Law Dictionary trying to get sovereignty. And the young boys scamming shit, they want your CVVs. Man, I was in the house studying, trying to use the UCC. Man, I was in the house studying democracy. If you ain't got a lawyer title, you don't own no property. Man, that's a false narrative, it ain't no ownership. All the land been hypothecated and infiltrated. All the land been incorporated and indoctrinated. Niggas need nationality, assalamu alaikum. Hey, he speaking too much truth, watch how they hate him. Hey, he speaking too much truth, watch how they take him. Take him out, they wanna take him out. Shoot him down, they wanna shoot him down. If you a revolutionary street, then you an extremist. If you a heterosexual man, you a dangerous species. Because the biggest threat to the Europeans are seamen. Because he know in 100 years ain't gonna be existent. Cause IG is too strong, we are too.
12 years, 2 MVPs, and an NBA championship, Giannis just sent a message to Milwaukee that every NBA fan needs to notice. He went to his Instagram and he deleted
After this, we will be done, guys.
Uniform, every highlight, every celebration.
See what happens here, and we'll be done. Got me a little chicken and dumplings.
Championship, but anything else that pertains to the Bucks was gone. His bio on
Maybe I'll get a little bit
just
dumber
says he's
from
an
drinking the
NBA
Coca-Cola.
athlete now, not a Milwaukee
Start turning into a
Buck,
racist.
not the Greek freak, just an NBA athlete. But here's what makes this so much bigger than a frustrated
Hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
superstar cleaning up his social media. There's a pattern here, a pattern that goes back 5 years. And if you understand this pattern, you'll understand exactly what's about to happen
This
next.
fat boy
Because
proved it right
every single time Giannis has hinted that he might want out, Milwaukee has made a massive move. And I'm going to show you all of these moments, but I'm also going to show you why this time might be different, why there might not be a move left to make, and which teams are already circling, ready to pounce. These next couple of months could completely reshape the landscape of the NBA. And honestly, as an NBA fan, I hope he gets traded to the Clippers, because otherwise, the OKC Thunder are going to have the #1 overall pick in this loaded draft. So real quick, before we get to the content, we are still running jersey giveaways on this channel. All you have to do to enter is subscribe, turn on my notifications, and comment down below which jersey you want. We're running the same giveaway on my Instagram page. Just follow me on my Instagram at @TheFlightMike, turn on my notifications there, and be one of the first people to comment on my
I'm not that big on the Flight Mike.
posted there what jersey you want.
But his
Now we
content's
get all
not
that
bad.
out of the way.
He's not
cue
my
the
favorite.
intro.
I'm more of a Kenny Beecham guy myself, but I already listened to that one. I already listened to him today. He was talking about Chris Paul being let go, which is another wild thing that happened in the NBA today.
We made over $1,000 with my picks throughout Thanksgiving, and I'm going to give you an additional.
Sports betting is the biggest sin of the generation.
Before I show you the Instagram purge and what triggered it, you need to understand something about Giannis. Unlike other superstars who play coy about their futures, Giannis has always told us exactly what he wants, word for word, on record, multiple times without sugarcoating it, even though it could potentially upset his fan base. Just 2 years ago, in September 2023, Giannis went on a podcast called 48 Minutes, hosted by former Bucks assistant coach Ross Geiger, and what he said next should be memorized by every Milwaukee Bucks fan.
At the end of the day, I am a winner. I want to be a winner. Contracts, fame, status, comfort zone does not matter to me. What matters at the end of the day, it's where that team right there. That's what matters. I don't want to be able to get stuck in this lifetime to keep on talking about the same story. Oh, we went to Game 6 in the NBA Finals, we won, we were down 2-0, we came back, won 4 games. Like, I'm tired of hearing the same story over and over again. I feel like people get stuck.
Isn't it just absurd to think about? The man who brought Milwaukee its first championship in 50 years is tired of talking about it, and he wants more. In that same podcast, Giannis said,
as long as we are in for a championship, as long as nobody's comfortable, as long as everybody sacrifices the same amount of time and sweat and blood that I've sacrificed for this city to win a championship, we are all good. The moment I feel like people are complacent and they're okay, because at the end of the day, this is the NBA. You are taken care of. Everybody's comfortable. No. By being comfortable, I cannot reach my full potential. I want us to win another championship. As long as we play and we approach the game every single day, all sacrifice for a common goal, I can see myself being in Milwaukee Bucks for the rest of my career.
And then he dropped
same
the bomb.
leader.
He said,
I'm one of the most competitive guys, and I've gave everything I can for the city of Milwaukee. I bleed green. I'm a Milwaukee Buck.
He's saying the same stuff I'd be saying about like leadership and like what it means to be better and be a good man. He's just applying it to the game of basketball.
Importantly, I'm a winner, and I have to do whatever it takes for me to win. And if there's a better situation for me to win the Larry O'Brien, I have to take that better situation.
this isn't some offhand comment. This is the philosophy Giannis has operated under his entire career. Stay loyal as long as Milwaukee goes all in. Leave if they stop trying. And here's the thing, Milwaukee hurt him every single time. They made moves, big moves, desperate moves, some that were worse for them, and some that resulted in championships. And I'm about to show you exactly how that pattern has played out. Because if you understand the past, you'll understand why what just happened on Instagram is so terrifying for Milwaukee Bucks fans. Let's go back to the first time this happened, all the way back in 2020. The Bucks had just come off of back-to-back regular seasons with the best record in the entire NBA. Giannis was a perennial MVP at this point, becoming only the 12th player in NBA history to win consecutive MVPs. He also won Defensive Player of the Year that same year, becoming only the third player ever after Michael Jordan and Hakeem Olajuwon to win both MVP and Defensive Player of the Year in the same season. This dude was doing things that we've never seen before at his size. But there was one massive problem. Milwaukee kept losing in the playoffs. In 2019, the Raptors bounced them in the Eastern Conference Finals. In 2020, the Miami Heat embarrassed them in the second round. And Giannis, he was 1 year away from free agency. The entire NBA was circling. Every major market team was preparing their pitch. Then Giannis gave Milwaukee a message that could not have been more clear. He did an interview in Sweden and was asked if he intended to sign a long-term extension. His response? I do not know what the plan is. It depends on what decisions they make. That was it. That was the shot across the bow. Make a move or I'm gone. So what did Milwaukee do? They did exactly what Giannis wanted. On November 17, 2020, the Bucks sent Eric Bledsoe, George Hill, 3 future first-round picks, and 2 pick swaps to the New Orleans Pelicans for Drew Holiday. At the time, people thought Milwaukee was nuts. 3 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps for a guy who hadn't made an all-star team in 7 years? Are you insane? But here's what an NBA team executive told ESPN at the time. He said Giannis had to approve it. That's all that matters. And guess what? It worked. In the short term, Giannis immediately signed a 5-year, $228 million Supermax extension. And 7 months later, Drew Holiday and Giannis were celebrating a championship together after Giannis dropped 50 points in a Game 6 closeout against the Phoenix Suns. That right there became the blueprint. Giannis hints that he might leave, pressures Milwaukee into making a blockbuster move. Giannis then signs an extension and everybody's happy. But here's what you need to remember. That blueprint cost them 3 first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, multiple players, and those picks, some of them are still being paid off today. The Pelicans have swap rights with Milwaukee in 2026 and 2027. Every time Milwaukee went all in for Giannis, they dug themselves deeper into a hole. And I'm about to show you how that hole got even deeper. Now you fast forward to 2023, the first time Giannis exerted his influence over the Milwaukee Bucks, it resulted in a a championship. The second time ended in a catastrophe. In 2023, the Bucks hadn't won a single playoff series since 2021. They got bounced by the Celtics in 2022, lost to the Heat in the first round in 2023. Chris Middleton was breaking down with injuries, Mike Budenholzer was fired, Brook Lopez was getting older, and the supporting cast was aging out. And Giannis, he pretty much ran the same play from that exact playbook. He went on a media tour reminding everyone that he wants championships, plural, that if Milwaukee isn't all in, he'll find somewhere that is. So Milwaukee thought if it worked the first time, it'll work the second time. The Drew Holiday trade got us a championship, so imagine what a Damian Lillard trade could do. In September 2023, they pulled it off. A massive three-team deal. Milwaukee acquired Damian Lillard from the Portland Trailblazers. And once again, you could say it worked.
7 more
right
minutes
on
just to say
schedule,
we hit 4
1 month
hours.
after the Lillard trade, Giannis signed another extension. 3 years, $186 million, with a player option in 2027 to 2028. That player option is going to be really important later. Just keep that in mind. So at the 2023 Media Day, Giannis said the words that every Milwaukee Bucks fan was dying to hear, saying that he wanted to stay in Milwaukee for the rest of his career. But there was a twist that continues to haunt Bucks fans to this day. He finished off by saying, as long as we are winning. So here's the problem that nobody wants to talk about. The Lillard experiment was a disaster from the beginning. The Giannis-Lillard pairing never clicked the way everyone thought it would. The fit on paper never materialized on the court. Their first year together was a first-round exit against the Pacers. Their second year together was the same thing. First-round exit against Indiana again. Back-to-back first-round losses to the same team. But it got so much worse. In Game 4 of the 2025 playoffs against the Pacers, Dame went down with a torn Achilles tendon. A torn Achilles at 34 years old. The $113 million still owed to Lillard suddenly became the heaviest weight in franchise history. And remember what I said about the Drew Holiday trade costing them picks? Well, the Dame trade cost them even more. Portland now has pick swap rights with Milwaukee in 2028 and 2030. Milwaukee traded Drew Holiday himself as part of the package to get Lillard, and the same Drew Holiday who helped them win a championship won another ring with the Boston Celtics in 2024. Meanwhile, Lillard was in Milwaukee tearing his Achilles in a first-round loss. 2 blockbuster trades, 1 championship, 3 first-round exits, and a franchise with almost no draft picks left to trade. But wait, it gets even crazier because this past summer, Milwaukee tried the blueprint one more time. Alright, so this is where things get really interesting. Personally, I was expecting the Milwaukee Bucks to punt on the Giannis era this past summer, but they surprised me. I mean, you have to understand, Milwaukee was staring down a situation that seemed impossible. Lillard was owed over $100 million, but wouldn't play a single game in the 2025-26 season because of his Achilles rehab. Giannis was getting impatient. The roster was aging. They had no cap space, no draft picks, nothing. But then something happened that changed everything. In the second round of the 2025 playoffs, Jason Tatum tore his Achilles against the Knicks. Then in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, Tyrese Halliburton went down with an Achilles injury against the Thunder. The 2 best young players in the Eastern Conference both out for the entire 2025-26 season. Suddenly, the East was wide open. Boston's best player on the shelf, Indiana's best player on the shelf. The defending champion OKC Thunder are in the West, and Milwaukee looked around and saw an opportunity. So their general manager John Horst did something that nobody saw coming. On July 1st, 2025, the Bucks waived and stretched Damian Lillard, meaning they spread his remaining $113 million over 5 years instead of 2. That's $22.5 million in dead money every single year for the next 5 years just to not have Damian Lillard on the roster. It was the largest salary cap stretch in league history. Why would they do something so drastic? To sign Miles Turner to a 4-year, $107 million deal. The Ringer called this an all-time panic move. They had a very interesting analogy for this, saying that Milwaukee shattered the break-in case of emergency glass to grab a fire hose after the building had already been incinerated. The logic was simple. The East is weak, Giannis is still a top 5 player, Turner gives them rim protection and 3-point shooting, just like Brook Lopez did. Maybe, just maybe, they could steal a championship in a down year when 2 of the best teams in the East were not going to be competitive. And here's where it gets even crazier. Giannis was not happy about this move. Crispy Haynes reported that Giannis is not pleased with the decision to waive Lillard. Milwaukee was betting that winning would solve everything. If they could just get to the playoffs healthy, if they could just make a deep playoff run, Giannis would be happy. There's just one problem. It's the beginning of December, and it's safe to say that the Bucks' plan plan is not working.
But at the end of the day, I just want to win. We've lost 7 in a row. I want to remember last time I lost 7 in a row.
As of the time that I'm making this video, the Milwaukee Bucks are 9-13. They have lost 8 of their last 9 games. They're sitting 11th in the Eastern Conference, which means they're not even in the play-in tournament right now. And then came December 1st, 2025, a date that might go down in Milwaukee Bucks infamy. The lowly Washington Wizards came into town. The Washington Wizards at the time had just won 3 games all season long. The worst team in the entire NBA. The team everybody is tanking against to get a high draft pick. And Milwaukee lost at home, 129-126. Think about the numbers Giannis is putting up. He's averaging 30.6 points, 10.7 rebounds, and 6.4 assists per game. Those are MVP numbers. Those are numbers that would make him the best player on any team in the league. And his team just lost to a squad that might not win 15 games all year. That's when Giannis went to Instagram and started deleting. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Mike, you're just sensationalizing this topic. Giannis would never leave the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
This is just a coinkydink. But here's what I need you to understand. According to multiple reports, when a player takes the drastic step of scrubbing a team from his social media, it's almost always a sign that he intends to force his way out of town. This isn't random. This is calculated. This is a message. Giannis changed his X bio from anything Milwaukee related to just NBA athlete. His Instagram now shows a picture of him in his Greece national team uniform, not a Bucks uniform. And the only Milwaukee content he kept was the 2021 championship. It's like he's saying, this is what I came here to do. I did it, and now there's nothing left. And if you think that's bad, let me tell you about what happened back at Media Day back in October, because this might be even more telling. Bucks owner Wes Edens told reporters that he had spoken to Giannis back in June, and that in that meeting, Giannis made it clear that he was committed to Milwaukee. That sounds great, right? Except just an hour later, Giannis was asked about that conversation, and his response? He said he didn't recall the meeting. Think about how bad that looks. Your owner tells the media that your franchise player promised to stay, and then your franchise player says he doesn't even remember having that conversation. ESPN's Shams Charania reported back in May that Giannis was open-minded to a trade for the first time in his career.
The New York Knicks emerged as the team in August that Giannis Antetokounmpo wanted to play for if he were to be traded outside of Milwaukee.
Nothing happened then, but now, with a 9-13 record, 8 losses in the last 9 games, social media purge, everything is back on the table. Now, this is something that I've said multiple times every time I've covered Giannis.